listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome to the Eastland Match of the Round. Quamby Reserve for this Division 1 blockbuster. North Ringwood taking on Montrose. For the Demons, they win today. They are locked into the Division 1 finals. North Ringwood win, they keep their season alive, and will go down to round 18 to see who finishes where in the Division 1 top 5. A massive afternoon, round 17 of the competition for Division 1. There's a lot to talk about. Division 3 today in the senior men's competition take on their final round of the season. Senior women's now into the final series as the other divisions start to get closer towards the pointy end of the season. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Chris Cordes and Jared Beanland. Chris, I'll start with you. Great to have you back in on a Saturday afternoon, and plenty of talking points, but it certainly is going to be a somewhat of an elimination final today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's good to be back. Lovely weather out here today, must be said as well. But yeah, really excited to get into this one. I think these have been two of the teams where we probably looked at throughout the season and thought they're just going to be battling for that fifth spot. But Montrose has started to rise really well, and North Ringwood have been trending pretty nicely themselves, so I'm excited to get into it today. Yeah,
absolutely. Jared Beanland, who did a fantastic job hosting the podcast yesterday, let me do a few different things, and I'm sure you're, obviously you spoke about this and a few other contexts of the season type questions. What are you sort of leaning to today? Like, what's the feeling going into this one?
It's going to be a fascinating clash, of course. We're seeing a couple of teams that they're on different trajectories a little bit in the season. Montrose 4 wins in a row. They've not failed to score above 90 points in their past few games, so they're in excellent form. North Ringwood, however, I mean, they're the ones that knocked off the Kings. They beat South Belgrave, so they've got that feather in their cap, and I'm sure they'll be very confident coming here to Quamby Reserve, their home ground today, to see if they can knock off the Demons. And I'm fascinated to see what all the scores around the grounds will be as well throughout today. It's the pointy end of the season, and weather like this, it's a great day for footy.
It is spectacular today. Not a cloud in the sky from where I'm looking. So it is going to be no excuses out here. Last time we were here for a match of the round was just only a few weeks ago, North Ringwood Baronia, and the conditions are great, but it was quite windy that afternoon. Seems to be a little bit better today. So no excuses. Montrose pretty much at full strength now. They've come into this game with a lot of form. North Ringwood, a couple of key players out that we've talked about with Fenton, currently suspended. Loco still out of the side. One player who didn't play last time is Liam Taylor, who's obviously VFL listed this year. Excited to see him out there. And when you look at the ladder right now, they're currently sitting 6th. They're a game behind Baronia, Montrose and Beaconsfield. Beaconsfield play Bayswater today, Baronia play Norwood. So you feel like if there is a side that they can jump into Montrose, because they play them today, and then next week Montrose play South Belgrave, which is a tough, a real tough challenge for them to go up to Belgrave South and try and get a win in the final round of the season. For the D's too, there's just as much pressure on them as it is North Ringwood.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, coming to Quamby Reserve, it's going to be a tricky state of affairs for Montrose. But as I said, their form's excellent. I'm sure Gary Ayres will have his team just pumped up for this one. Yeah,
certainly right. And I can naturally see Gary Ayres starting to make his way into the media event, so we'll hear from him in a moment. But as we've sort of spoken about on the podcast recently, their run into this game, their form has got a lot better as the season has gone by. They've been able to knock off some good contenders in Beaconsfield and Baronia in recent weeks. And here he is now, Gary Ayres, jumping on for pre-game. It's always a pleasure to have the great Gary Ayres inside and having a chat for him pre-game. Gary, beautiful day for some footy coming into finals. Ooh.
We've got a couple of technical issues here, I think. We just need to make sure that headset's going to be on. I'm not sure if that one's working.
So there we go. We've got him now on board, Gary Ayres.
Yeah, right. You said about what a wonderful day weather-wise, and I did actually have a very fleeting moment. First of all, great to be here, but I had a fleeting moment where I should actually dust the old crusty jockstrap off and whack it in the bag. And might run out myself, but I probably only lasted about 5 minutes anyway.
Well, we'd like that.
Day.
We'd certainly like to see that. But obviously, it's pretty simple for you guys. You win today, you're locked into finals. Lose, and then it all comes down to last round of the season. So everything to play for against a really quality side in North Ringwood.
Yeah, correct. And they obviously got us last time at home too in round 8. So we came off a similar sort of scenario where we've actually been able to beat Norwood, and then of course we beat Mirrabak at Mirrabak. And then we got back to our home ground, and of course we just played like we were still thinking about the Mirrabak win the week before, and that's not taking any credit, discrediting North Ringwood, but yeah, we probably put together a better body of work, I think, coming into this game. And even last week, the scores were only 10 points, but at the 18-minute mark, we were 5 goals in front at that stage. And if we probably had kicked a little bit more accurate, we would have had possibly a bigger win. But you've only got to win at this time of the year, as you said before, and where we want to be. And if we want to be a better side, we've got to obviously win these games against really good opposition.
And when you obviously played North Ringwood earlier on, as you said, and what were some of the key things you took away from that game? Some of their big strengths that obviously they've come into form as well as you guys in the second half of the season. They've knocked off South Belgrave and taken some scalps. What really impressed you about them that you have looked at this week that you need to either stop or keep certainly keep in mind?
Yeah, I think their stoppage work is really, really good, and how they actually work post-clearance wise. So our work rate out of stoppages is certainly going to have to match that clearly. Someone like Rice has had a pretty good season so far. Begg's got back into really good form. And I think the way they move the ball, especially out of defence, I think is a real key weapon of theirs. So, look, they've got a couple of guys that aren't playing, such as Fenton, who's always a great player at this level, of course, and he's a bit of an inspirational type player for them. But they've also introduced some young lads, and they play on enthusiasm and exuberance and all that. So we've got to match all that. But I think if we can get our stoppage stuff better this week than we had against them in round 8, and the way we pressure their ball movement, I think we can hold our own.
And you mentioned, obviously, you've had a good run of form the last 4 weeks, picking up all wins. How important does it become now not to only look forward to the next game, but also make sure the side aren't getting a bit too comfortable in that and looking forward to finals?
Yeah, I think the magnitude of the game, and I don't want to certainly play any more than it is, but I've always had the philosophy that if you win by 1 point, you get 4 points. If you win by 100 points, you get 4 points. So we've really just tried to dumb it right down that North Ringwood is the one that we clearly have to play well against today, and whatever's in the distance, well, we'll either keep going or we'll be in a situation where we won't be. So it's pretty easy, I think, to have the guys' minds on what they need to do, because unlike, say, Park Orchards and also to South Belgrave, we haven't shored anything up. So we've got to do that today, and hopefully the mindset of each individual that represents the Montrose Footy Club today, that'll be what they'll think.
Yeah, excellent. And obviously in those games that you've been picking up wins, the offense has been working really well.
Yeah.
You've been scoring really well. On a day like this, the ground looks really nice, conditions are perfect. Do you expect this to be a high-scoring game?
Well, footy will say expect the unexpected, so I think it'll come down to the element of pressure and who's absolutely able to get the momentum when it's needed. And I think if you can hold that momentum for longer and then hit the scoreboard, that's just another way of obviously working on your pressure element. And I'm always talking about what types of actions can we display that give us that pressure element, and it is the scoreboard, as in accuracy, not inaccuracy. It's how we obviously move the ball out of our D50 through the midfield and then into our forward line. Are we bombing it inside that front half there, or are we actually able to find targets? Are we really sharp and crisp in stoppage, or are we fumbling? And then, of course, we're inviting the pressure of the opposition. So, yeah, we've got to absorb as much pressure as they can throw at us, but we've got to exert that back to them in the way that we know.
Gary, always great to speak to you. Brendan Gardle, I've noticed, is in today, a veteran of over 200 games for Montrose. Been playing mostly reserves this year. What is he going to bring to the on-field situation today for you guys?
He'll bring a specific type of matchup because clearly he's a defender.
Yep.
And he'll bring leadership, and he's got such a love for the Montrose Footy Club. It's just outstanding, clearly. He's a premiership player from 2013. He's someone who we love, and I reckon it's a fantastic story that he has just been giving himself an opportunity to help out where we've needed. So we haven't had Jacob Farrell's services for a few weeks, and Brendan played a couple of weeks ago, but he's also had family things that have stopped him from being able to play, as in our game at 2:20. He's played a little bit of reserve footy, as you've said, but yeah, I think he was getting a bit itchy from being at home on a Saturday.
And what are we going to see from Montrose? If you come off the ground today, and obviously the 4 points is the most important thing, but if you're going to set yourself up for a finals run, what will you have seen that will give you confidence that you can make a deep run this year?
I think it'll be our ability to pressure for longer stages, because I thought against Mirrabah that it just dropped off that bit, and you don't have to drop off all that much, clearly, but I thought against Beaconsfield our pressure for almost 4 quarters was outstanding. I thought Baronia was very, very similar, so if we can bring that to the table today, I'll be a pretty happy coach.
And just one player I wanted to touch on, Wyatt Coombs has come into the side this year, and I think in his first game he kicked the 4 goals and was really impressive. How have you seen him? And he's obviously a very young player, but his development across the season. Now, first chance to have a look at him today. What can we expect?
Yeah, look, he's a wonderful story. He's had some sort of, I guess, ability that we've liked talent-wise, and he is a bit of an opportunistic forward, if you like, because he's still got to build into his body. And we've got him out of the 19s, we've got Harry Whittle out of the 19s, we've got Joel Tennant out of the 19s, we've had Jamie Drosher as well. So our brief, if you like, even in the time that I've been there, has been to keep giving these guys this opportunity. But he's very crafty around goals, and generally when he gets the ball in his hands within the required goal-kicking range, he generally converts pretty well. So I think out of the games that he's played, he's only missed one game where he didn't actually hit the scoreboard. So that's pretty impressive. But what we want to see as coaches is the stuff where you roll your sleeves up, and of course it's that front half pressure to try and lock the ball in. And so then that pressure becomes that they'll dump kick out of their D50, and then we can get repeat entries inside our front half.
Certainly right. Gary, we'll let you go. It's a massive day. Obviously, it's that tight in the division. You could realistically end up with double chance, or you could finish 6, and then that's everyone involved in that 4 patch. So it's a massive opportunity to lock up a final spot today. We're looking forward to seeing how the boys go. All the best, and hopefully for your sake, a win and another final series.
Good on you guys. Thanks very much. Enjoy the call.
Absolutely. Gary Ayres there, the senior coach of the Montrose Football Club, and has done a fantastic job with this side. Very young side as they run out again today, and a real opportunity to be able to lock in yet another final series. And they are in, when you really look at it, they are in a young bracket age demographic. So if they can play a final series with this group, and then go on and hopefully, some of these guys, as he mentioned, those Whittle and Wyatt Coombs and Joel Tennant, and some of these guys continue to develop over the couple of years, it could be the start of what is the next premiership side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting situation to see if they do make finals this year. Division 1 could be on notice. As these young players, they get an extra sort of couple of years under their belts, a couple of years down the track, they'll have another 50 games, and that becomes the core of a really solid side that eventually, as the Demons fans would be hoping, they could make a push towards Premier Division within the next few years at some point.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be fascinating. The division, I know we talked about South Belgrave and then Park Orchards. Chris is sort of the second fiddle to them. But after that, from 3rd to 6th, there's not much between them.
No, that's exactly right. And I mean, looking at it a few weeks ago, I was surprised when I was looking at ahead of this round to see, Beaconsfield jumped into 3rd and Baronia stunned in the not leg behind a bit, but they've dropped a bit lower than I think a lot of us expected them to be throughout this season. So it's definitely like we alluded to before, a lot of the discourse throughout this season has been, you'll have South Belgrave Park Orchards, your top two. You'll have Beaconsfield, Baroni, and then Montrose and North Ringwood would kind of be fighting for that 5th spot. But it's very interesting. It's very good for the storylines in the league. See Montrose starting to push up. And even Beaconsfield, who had a bit of a dip midway through the season in form, a bit of a lull, which, I mean, we can expect from a lot of sides. You know, footy's... It's not a sprint, it's a marathon in many regards. So it's very interesting to see that, you know, those 4 teams are just separated by 4 points now, and it means that, you know, just about anything could happen, and that means that all these games get that much more interesting.
Yeah, that's right, and that's why, you know, when you look at it, and percentage is going to be so important. Beaconsfield were able to gain some percentage, and unfortunately, the division is quite divided between the top 6 and the bottom 3. And Murrabbuck were very, very competitive against Montrose last week, and we're almost in a winnable position in that game. But there'll be sides like Baronia this week who play Norwood, purely looking to gain some percentage and really give themselves every opportunity of getting the double chance if it comes down to that, with Beaconsfield, Montrose, maybe all finishing on the same wins. There's still a lot to be played out in that front. In that respect. We're going to hear from Matt Price, the senior coach of North Ringwood, shortly as well. So we'll continue that conversation. Then we're going to touch on Division 3 and look at this as a whole, because this is the final round of the season for Division 3. Round 18. The top 5 is locked in. No one from the bottom 5 can finish in the top 5 now. So we know who's going to play finals, but we don't know who's going to finish where. It is still very, very tight between everyone in that top 5. The Basin, realistically, they can't finish. Well, I don't know how the percentage would work, but I'm having a look now. They're 93. Upper Gully 141, 114.
Out of 1,000 maybe.
We can pretty much guarantee they'll finish either 4th or 5th, and they'll probably win today against Oakley with the way they're going. Upper Gully and Knox are playing for a double chance. Knox currently sit a game ahead of Upper Furniture Gully, but Upper Furniture Gully's percentage is quite superior. So all Upper Gully needed to do, all Knox need to do is just win, and they can lock up the double chance. Or Upper Furniture Gully loses, they're in. If Upper Furniture Gully win and Knox lose, they switch. Knox would play the base and Upper Gully would play the Scoresby at Donvale. The problem with those two sides, they are both playing the top 2 sides who have plenty to play for, because they've got a top spot up for grabs. I hope I'm summing this up okay and not confusing everyone. But
they can look at the ladder themselves if they
yes,
need
you
clarity.
can look at it as well. But when you look at it that way, Knox and Upper Gully, I'd say you lean towards Knox holding it on, just because we're probably picking the top 2 to win this weekend.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Knox are in an interesting position here. I think I alluded to this on the podcast, is that if they beat a Donvale team that is a little bit down on form, I think we can expect Knox to perform better against Donvale than they did earlier in the year. It was around an 80-point victory. It was an absolute thumping. Donvale, they're not quite, they don't have the shine that they did earlier in the year at this point, and that was exposed quite readily by Scoresby in that final quarter last week. So Knox have a shot at Donvale here. If they can knock them off, they can go into the final series with a mental edge over them, and they would be playing Donvale, as long as Scoresby win, they would be playing Donvale in that qualifying final next week. Or will it be next week, or do they have the week off?
They will be playing next week.
Next week, yeah. So 2 weeks in a row, they could take Donvale on and have the mental edge over them in that second game, which will be a fascinating situation. I don't think it's it's exactly likely. I'd still put my eggs in the Donvale basket. However, Knox have a really interesting opportunity here to give themselves a real shot at getting into that week, getting into the week 3 of the finals with that week off.
Yeah, it's going to be so important, this double chance, and particularly with the Basin defeating Knox, just last weekend. They wouldn't go into that game overly confident that they'll get it done against the Bears. I feel like, though, Chris, Scoresby probably, even though I think they potentially might be the informed side of this competition, I think Upper Gully are probably a bigger chance of upsetting Scoresby than Knox upsetting Donvale, just with the way the Kings play it at home.
Yeah, it's a good point you bring up, and like you said, it is at Kings Park, so it is at Upper Ferntree Gully's home deck, so it does give them a bit of a slight edge in that one. But if you're looking at it, really, I think both teams will be looking at this, and although they're both locked in for top 2, they're going to be looking at it and saying, not only for the finals ramifications, but you want bragging rights of being that minor premier. You want to be on top, so I think both sides are going to be looking at this one, and while it might be somewhat tempting at times to just take it a bit easier, knowing that you're safe in the top 2, I think that there's going to be a few, or not even just a few plays throughout the sides, but throughout Donvale and Scoresby, I think it's going to be really important to win and make sure that, you know, you're not taking the foot off the pedal. Because for Scoresby, if they just coast in this game and, okay, maybe they keep it close and they lose, well, then if Donvale lose, you're going to be kicking yourselves, aren't you? And that's not out of the picture just yet. So I think they're both going to be really gung-ho for it. But I think for both of those teams, and even for Knox and Upper Ferntree Gully, I think it's definitely beneficial that they've had these last 2 weeks where they're facing teams that they'll be facing in the finals. Because not only are they going to learn stuff about those sides that they're going to be meeting in September, and they're also, and throughout August, I should say as well, but they're also going to be learning more stuff about themselves. Because I think you'd rather at this stage, especially from a Scoresby perspective, you'd rather have the Donvale game last week and then play Upper Ferntree Gully away this week than go into finals with, say, maybe Coldstream and Fair Park in the last 2 games. Because you want to stay sharp. You know, iron sharpens iron is the saying, and you want to stay sharp and make sure that come those first round of finals, you're ready to go.
I like that saying. That's
it rings
good.
true.
It does.
Somewhat.
That's good. And then the other, you know, how interesting this is now that the other end of the ladder, Coldstream and Fair Park are now playing for a spot in this division next year. They 9th and 10th. Last week it sort of looked like Fair Park would have to win both games to jump Coldstream and Coldstream to lose to because of the percentage. But Coldstream copped a 90-point loss last week and has now put their percentage back to 60. Fair Park at 57, Chris. Fair Park, even if they both lose, if Coldstream lose more than Fair Park, that could jump. So it's going to be very confusing for those two sides during the day if they're checking the scores at the other game and trying to work out. I think pretty much simple for them. Just win and see if you can jump ahead and finish 9th.
Yeah, well, when I was doing my tips earlier this week, you know, these were the 2 games that kind of raised my eyebrows, Vic. So you're exactly right. You know, dead even on points. It would be an amazing storyline if they both lost, but one lost more than the other, and that was what would kill them. But I think the good news is obviously Fair Park have been trending a bit better in the second part of the season with the additions that they've picked up and whatnot, and winning last week as well. But the good news for Coldstream is they play Sylvan, but they play Sylvan at home, which means that Sylvan have to travel, which we know how that's gone all season. We won't harp on about that for too much longer, but I think it's definitely, even if both teams somehow pick up a win in this last game, I think it's not just it's very fine margins here. You know, it's not just fine margins that we're dealing with. So it's definitely, you know, it's up for grabs for the two of them. If you want to play Division 3 footy in 2026, now's your time. Yeah,
it's fascinating that, you know, this contest that on paper you'd pick Sylvan every day of the week just on pure lists, but they have not won away from home. I cannot believe it. And they are 8-1 at home at Sylvan Recreation Reserve. They did it quite comfortably against Coldstream all the way back in round 0. It was, and I'm almost tempted to tip Coldstream, and that's coming off a 96-point loss or whatever it was last week. Like it is quite ridiculous, this away v home record.
It is wild, and I think the point, not that it necessarily needs to be driven further home, but the difference between the two grounds is an important point, I reckon, because Sylvan, their home ground advantage comes from the fact, I suppose, that it's just so small. It's such a unique ground, and Hayley Supple Reserve up at Coldstream is enormous. And so it's like, you look at it that way, gee, it gives Coldstream the opportunity to dominate Sylvan in this game, simply because of the difference between the home grounds that they like playing at. And we've seen how Sylvan goes away from home. So
you are right. It is almost two completely different home grounds to take a look at. But we'll get onto that conversation a bit later because we've got the senior coach of the North Ringwood Football Club, Matt Price, in the building. Matt, obviously a massive game for you guys and Montrose as well. Bit of a mini elimination final today.
Yeah, look, it's good to have you guys back here.
Yeah,
I feel like a staple now. It's good North Ringwood are back on the map. So
park the van here.
It's a good spot to actually watch from. We've had 3 games now in a row where we've been challenged against good opposition. Baronia here, which was a couple of weeks ago, and we just fell short. And then went over to Park Orchards and did the same. Fell short of there. We're just a bit undermanned that day. But, and today another challenge against Montrose. It's really even competition. They've taken our spot in the 5 at the moment, and it's up for grabs. So we've just got to play well today.
And going back, obviously, we were here 3 weeks ago to watch that game against Baronia. And for long periods of the game, you guys were quite impressive, and even in that early first maybe 10 minutes, you probably dominated without putting it on the scoreboard. So the signs are certainly still there. Park Orchard's the same thing. it just probably coming into this game, just need to find a way to get those 4 points.
Yeah, the Baronia game, we definitely felt we had it on our terms a lot. They were really efficient going inside 50.
Yep.
Like, they just didn't miss and then just took every opportunity, which is good sides do that. So we spoke to our guys about that, about making sure that we take our opportunities and just play more consistent for longer. And then in Park Orchards last week was very similar. Like, we just missed opportunities early, and you got to do against good sides. You got to take them. And today will be no different. We'll get our chances, and hopefully, hopefully we can put on the scoreboard and put some pressure back on them today.
And as well, you had the bye, which obviously doesn't come at the right time of year when you need to certainly keep winning and continue that momentum. But what did you do with the bye the week, and did you use it as did you do anything different to reset, or was it more of a thing of just continuing on from where you were and have a bit of a hit out on Saturday? We had a bit of an intra-club on the Thursday night, and we did a bit more footage on the Tuesday, and then obviously a bit of a lighter week. But last time we had the bye, it really worked for us. We freshened up and come back from the bye and had a really solid 6 weeks. So we feel that we've had that same sort of feeling to freshen up. I think we had 4 guys that could have played last week, but having that week off, you're like, well, just hold off for one more week, come back after the bye. So we've got 3 or 4 back this week that are really handy senior players, and then obviously having the Rangers having the bye, we're really stacked with Rangers kids today. So there's 4 of them come out of Rangers and play today. And 2 of them are debutants. So we're really keen to see how they go. Look, that first game, you don't expect too much from them, but they're really talented kids. So we've had a lot of changes from last week already.
And obviously round 8 was the last time these two sides met. Now, you got on top of Montrose that day, but how much do you take from that game? Can you take too much from it, given that, it was a win and it was the last time you saw Montrose directly, or is that a bit too far in the past now to take a lot from?
We definitely went back over it to see what we did well that day. Obviously 9 weeks is a big time in footy, and they can have some changes, and we do as well, but Montrose are very consistent with the way they play, so we feel that if we play a similar brand, we might be able to get on top. But footy's a funny game. They might, have turned the corner. They seem like they're in really good form, and form and confidence is a big thing in footy. And if they come out firing with confidence today, then we're going to be up against it. But I think if we play our brand, I think our brand stacks up really well against theirs. But you never know.
And your offense has been working really well for you so far this season. Obviously, Davidson and Patterson up front. How important is it for them to really connect with each other today and put a score on the board? Yeah,
Davidson's been really good since we've taken the ruck duties off him and sort of freshened him up a little bit, sort of a little bit closer to goal. And Patterson's a real workhorse for us, so he gets up the ground. He's a bit of a connector. We've been getting some goals out of them the last month, which is good. But it's that key, that crucial kick inside forward 50 that's most critical, and that's the hardest one. And I think we've got Jason Sharp back in today, which will help us. He's that inside forward kick player, and he hasn't played much at all this year, so we're hoping to get a little bit from him today as well.
Given that today, it basically just the survival of your season almost depends on today. I'm pretty sure it pretty much does. Do you take a different mindset into today? Do you instill a different mindset into the players? Do you talk to them differently? Is there a feeling about it, or do you just try and focus on the task at hand? It's Montrose, we need to play a specific way to beat them. Yeah, look, my focus is definitely just playing today's game out. I have no doubt the players in the back of their mind look at the ladder and think we have to win this to stay alive, and it's sort of a crucial game and all that sort of stuff, but for my take on it is we're still improving. If we want to challenge these sort of sides, we need to be more consistent, and be able to step up today and play well. Whether we're good enough to win and make that jump yet, we're not sure, but I'm not putting any pressure on us to win this game and make finals and jump ahead too quickly. We're just sort of building, and we've got to take some scalps along the way, and that's how I'm looking at it. And you mentioned the 2 Eastern Rangers debutants today, Mitchell Hanson and Oliver McKenzie. Can you tell us a little bit about them? So Ollie will play at full back, and Mitch will play at full forward. So beautiful, easy to spot. One's got blonde hair and one's leaping full forward. So both really exciting, talented kids that have come through our 16-17s programs and have improved their footy. And we've been itching to get them in throughout the year. We didn't get to play them earlier in the year when Rangers had a bye. They were both injured, so it was a good opportunity to get them in this week. But exciting. Mitch is really fast, up the ground, jumps, kicks a nice ball at goal, and Ollie's a really solid defender. He's only young, but
doesn't get beaten many one-on-ones. He's a real strong kid for his age, and actually really looking forward to him playing.
And one player we didn't see last time, Liam Taylor, came back last week against Park Orchards and has played, I think, just the 3 games this season with North Ringwood, obviously VFL listed. How did he go last week or 2 weeks ago against the Sharks, and what can we expect today? Yeah,
look, Liam's exciting as well. He plays around the ball a bit. We'll get him a bit off half-back if we can. Really fast runner, explosive from contest. We've missed him this year, definitely. When I signed up, I was really keen to see him play, and I haven't much this year, but the Preston aren't travelling too well, and he's sort of just been spat out there. We're happy to have him this week, and I think they have the bye today anyway. Yep. But if he doesn't get back in, we're happy to keep him for the rest of the year. He's better than this standard, so it's always good to get players that are better than the standard come in.
Yeah, certainly, and it is a massive day, and so we will let you go, but we really appreciate you coming in for the pre-game. Beautiful conditions. It's a bit of a mini elimination final. All the best, and hopefully for your sake, a win, and we go into round 18 not knowing what's going to happen with this top 5.
Yeah, keep us alive. That's all we're trying to do, keep alive, so... Thanks for having me. Enjoy
Matt
your day.
Price, senior coach there of the North Ringwood Football Club, has done a fantastic job this season in his first year with the Saints. And going into this game, as we said, it is it's all on the line between these two clubs. And depending on what happens today, we'll reassess at the end of the afternoon to try and work out what the calculations are, particularly if North Ringwood win, because then you might have, depending on you, do think Baroni would beat Norwood. Beaconsfield would probably defeat Bayswater despite losing to them early in the season. So you could have a bit of a 2-2 where that last game of the season almost advantaged North Ringwood because they have a better final game of the season than Montrose.
Yeah, against Bayswater there you would expect North Ringwood to take that, and as well percentage on offer in that situation. Also, I think in this division the team that really interests me is Beaconsfield, because a lot of their dip in form was constituted by a 1-point loss to Park Orchards, a 1-point win over North Ringwood, which we thought they might have had to beat them by a bit more, an upset against Bayswater. It's sort of fine margins. The one real game that you look at was that game against Montrose, Beaconsfield really should have performed better there. However, Montrose are in great form now anyway, so I don't know, when they get 1 point close to Park Orchards at Domini Reserve, they might be better than what they look.
It is hard to tell. I think the one clear thing we've had is that South Belgrave are your benchmark. If everything goes right for them, it's hard to see anyone beating them. To be honest, having a look at the footage, and we haven't seen them live this season, but you go through the list, they are Premier ready. If they can hold on to everyone, they are very much the benchmark. You ask any club in Division 1, they're going to say the same thing. Park Orchards, their system is very, very good. We saw that last year. Probably doesn't matter. They probably don't have quite the personnel that South Belgrave do, but they stack up nicely. They're your second in your power rankings, Jared. And then from then on, it is a bit of a scramble to see who's going to obviously contend with those two. Just on Premier Division women's finals currently live. At the moment, a bit of an upset brewing, if you would call it an upset, Chris. Park Orchard 6-7-43 to the Eastern Devils 2-1-13. So that's an elimination final. So the benchmark of what has been Premier Division in the last few years, the Eastern Devils, could be out quite early. Yeah,
well, there's been some sides rising to the top throughout this Premier Division season, but I think it's actually, that matchup is, I think one of the fixtures that Park Orchards will back themselves as in terms of a matchup, because they've done quite well against the Eastern Devils throughout the regular season. But even that at this stage of what a 24-point deficit is pretty impressive as it stands at the moment. I think just into the second half in that game. But I think it will be very interesting. Obviously, Park Orchards' new kids on the block this season have been very impressive. But I think the one a bit later on today, I think it kicks off just past 2 o'clock, is South Belgrave versus South Croydon. That'll be a really good one to look out for, because obviously South Belgrave have been undefeated throughout so long of the season. I think only picked up one loss, which was against Park Orchards, and then South Croydon have been really, really good coming into the finals. So that'll be one to keep an eye on. Absolutely.
And the other result, a lot of the games played tomorrow. Unfortunately, Knox had to forfeit their qualifying final against North Ringwood. So North Ringwood senior women's straight through the grand final. Wanturna South also into the grand final in Division 4 women's. They had a big win over Bayswater, 6-4, 40-1-8. Bit of an upset there after losing to them twice during the season. So they're through to the Division 4 grand final. That one also out at H.E. Parker Reserve in a couple of weeks' time. We were, before we went to Matt Price, we were talking about Division 3 and the scenarios. We'll finish this off before we go to a break. So we talked about the top 5, double chance still up for grabs, minor premiership still up for grabs, and then we started discussing that relegation battle. And Sylvan, unable to travel away from home, now got nothing to play for. We thought it would be the other way round. Coldstream sort of have to win. I think they're a big chance to get one at home.
Yeah.
Final round of the season. They've got something to play for.
Yeah, I completely agree. I am tipping Coldstream in this one for certain. They will throw everything at it to make sure they don't slip down to Division 4 next year.
And can Fair Park pull off another win, Chris?
Oh, I'd love them to. I'd love to see Fair Park stay up this season, but
you've backed them in a few times.
I have. They're probably one of the sides have been able to tip consistently well, but I just think Ferntree Gully at the moment is a tough ask for Fair Park, especially. I know that the Eagles sit in 7th and they're afloat from the top 5. They're really just playing for pride at this stage, but I think they've definitely shown that they're better than I think the numbers suggest at some stages. I think they've put together some strong performances in the last couple of weeks. So I have tipped Coldstream in their match, which would mean that they stay afloat. But I mean, it would be the most Sylvan thing possible at this stage once the pressure's all off to pick up an away win. So
yeah.
I think Coldstream's staying up. I would like to see Fair Park staying up, but I'm sure that's one I'll be keeping tabs on throughout the day.
100%. Very fascinated to see how that all plays out this afternoon. Division 4. Now, Jad, you spoke about this on the podcast yesterday. Match ratio is going to be the decider of whether sides play finals or not this year. And the round 17 fixture today, Kilsyth played Churnside Park and Warrandyte play Whitehorse. Now, both Kilsyth and Warrandyte are not safe. And in fact, Warrandyte are now sitting 5th. Bulleen Templestowe have moved into 4th. They have the bye. And as much as we sort of thought a bye in Division 1 is not a good thing because you're not having a chance to win 4 points, this division's a little bit different because if Warrandyte and Kilsyth both lose, that's as good as a win because they will finish on 1 game less than both those two sides. So they're probably sitting pretty watching this and just hoping that the top 2 sides do their thing in Churnside Park and Whitehorse, and they'll remain in the 4. They could be 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they need to take on Kilsyth at Tedajani Reserve next week. It's going to be interesting. No Goebbels in today. No Jeff Goebbels.
I find that
Kilsyth, which is a bit disappointing for them, no doubt. However, I mean, that's what Bulleen Templestowe will probably be hoping for. And against Churnside Park as well. I do think Kilsyth are up against it in this one. I don't see them necessarily taking it. And Warrandyte, Whitehorse, what do we think about this one? Because I think it's a really interesting clash, especially given that it's a Warrandyte home game. However, Whitehorse recently, they've gotten Horvath back. They've gotten, they've had Horvath in. They've gotten Young back. And so the both of them are fit and firing.
It's an interesting one because prior to the bye, Warrandyte were in some really good form. They even knocked off Churnside Park at Kimberley, which we know how hard that is to do. And Whitehorse were, struggling a little bit. And it has been one of those things where the top 4 sides, Churnside Park have been consistent, but everyone else, they've had patches of form where they've looked really good and patches where they've struggled. So for that game, I find that one of the hardest ones to tip because I don't know what to expect out of Warrandyte this weekend. And Whitehorse, you feel like you can trust them again, but you're not 100% sure. But with that combination of Young and Horvath, I think that's going to worry them. I really do. I think with the way they went last week, they're both very key. And we saw Horvath, how accurate he is in front of goals. You back him in just about from anywhere inside the forward 50. Young's just as good, if not better. It's a big challenge for that Warrandyte defence, who have stood up across the season. To be fair,
yeah, they are. They are 3 losses in a row, though, as a sort of reminder, which is...
It is. They've got to overturn it now. Yeah. They currently sit 5th. They've got Croydon North Emlocks in the final round of the season. Chris, these because of the match ratio, it does my head in trying to work out what's going to go on. We can give you, everyone, a bit of a clearer picture at the end of the afternoon, because then we've got one round to focus on.
Yep, that's exactly right.
But even Croydon North Hemlock, who play Forest still today, you'd probably expect them to win that game. They're still alive, even though they've lost now a couple in a row, some golden opportunities to consolidate their spot in the top 4, but they're still in the running.
Yeah, well, it's a bit disappointing from Croydon North, because I think it's what we've seen in past seasons as well, where we all think they should be taking that next step, and obviously it's a lot easier said than done from our perspective sitting here on the other side of the fence, but it's, we were saying a few weeks ago, they're one of the teams that could really, if they take matters into their own hands, could put themselves in really good stead for this final series. It hasn't come about just yet, but I mean, looking at it, Bulleen, Templestowe is another one of those sides where if you look on the other side of form, and they were picking up those wins that we said, second half of the season, they could really put themselves in the mix for finals. They're the team where you see, if you can pick up those wins that, you should be winning and pick up even one or two of those 50-50 games, then that's going to put you in a much better position. And they sit in 4th right now. But I think just on the point we raised before from the Whitehorse-Warrandyte game, I've been really impressed with Whitehorse since we went and saw them for the match of the round against Kilsyth that one day, because I think a lot of the season we'd be talking about, if there was anyone that we'd pick to knock Chirnside Park off, we're talking about your Kilsyths or your Warrandytes at certain points, because they were the teams that had those good patches of form and were ending up 2nd and 3rd on the ladder. But I don't think anyone really said that Whitehorse would be in 2nd going into the last two rounds of the season, where really I think they pick up one more win, they solidify that 2nd spot. So I've been really impressed with them at this stage. But you're right, with match ratio, it's not it's a bit annoying to try and work out, but it's anyone's game at this stage. You look at it and you say, we sit here in 2 weeks, and whoever's going to be in the finals is going to be there because they deserved it, because they took the opportunity that was in front of them, and that's why they deserve to be in there. So it's a really interesting watch from here on.
Oh, well, credit to whoever put this fixture together, because those 4 sides from 3rd to 6th who are in the running to play finals will all play each other in the final round of the season. Bulleen Templestowe will host Kilsyth, and Warrandyte will host Croydon North Hemlock. So even if today's results go a certain way, we're still not going to know what exactly is going to happen until next week, because obviously they all meet once again. So very exciting. We might take a break here now, and after the break we'll touch back on Division 2, try and sort out that finals race, as well as what's going on in Premier Division ahead of the Eastland match of the round.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprain your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website. yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Quamby Reserve. North Ringwood taking on Montrose in the Eastland Match of the Round. Division 1, Round 17. For the Saints, must win to keep their season alive to play finals. Montrose can lock in their spot in the top 5 with a win today. A lot to look forward to, but before then we will break down all the other divisions, everything else going on around the grounds this afternoon as we get into finals time. We did update you on the Premier Division Women's game live at the moment, currently in the third quarter. In the semi-final between the Eastern Devils and Park Orchards, it is the Sharks winning 6-7-43, the 3-1-19. Georgia Livingston kicking 3 goals for the Sharks back in the side this week. Very importantly for Park Orchards as they look to move on to next week's final. Still plenty of time left in that one. South Belgrave and South Croydon to do battle after that. Out at HE Park Reserve, and currently in the reserves here at North Ringwood, it is the D's leading 5-10-40 to 4-8-32 North Ringwood in a tight game as the senior boys make their way out into the field for three-quarter time. Looking forward to, obviously, this one, but we did mention before the break that we would talk about Division 2, and obviously the race to the finals is still well and truly open, and Chris, to get your thoughts on it, I don't know if you've been keeping track of Division 2, but from week to week, I've struggled to find out who's going to finish in that 5th spot. We thought last week, or 2 weeks ago, we thought Heathmont, then we thought Croydon, it's theirs to lose. Now it's probably the Jets to lose again, but the Waverley Blues hang around, one of your favourites. What do you make of it? Can you nail down who's going to finish in that 5th spot, or are we going to not know until 5 o'clock next week?
Gee, well, it's tough to say, isn't it? I mean, looking at it, you kind of know 2 things at this stage. So I think for a second there, we're kind of wondering Templestowe want to turn to South, who's going to go out. I think Templestowe's clearly the benchmark in this competition. So their 2 games clear. They'll finish on top. Obviously, when Turner South isn't going to drop off. Surrey Park have been pretty clearly 3rd. And Mulgrave have been a lot better recently. So I think one of the main criticisms I had of them was they weren't really beating the teams around them or above them. They were just beating down on the teams below them, but they've been a lot better, so props to them. But looking from it, the one big surprise for me has been Croydon. I mean, I think when we saw them against, I can't remember who he was last time. Heathmont, match of the round. They were sitting in 4th that day, and they looked really good. Their defence looked really strong. They had a good few pieces up front. But they've just dropped off. They just haven't managed to get the results. I mean, there's still quite a few young guys going through that list, which will put them in good stead. But at the end of the day, young guys, old guys, you need 4 points. So they've dropped off massively. I think they've been the biggest surprise for me, finishing up in 7th at the moment. Heathmont, we know they had the horrible start. They were 1 of 5, 1 and 6, something like that. But they midpoint of the season, they started to get better. We thought maybe they'd be in, and then maybe they wouldn't. But I think at the moment, it's almost like you look at, kind of those 3 teams grouped up, Heathmont, Waverley Blues and Croydon, and throughout different stages of the season, there's been chances and opportunities for those 3 sides to pick up a win or pick up a couple of wins on the trot and really get that finals berth in their grasp, and they just haven't done it at this stage. So it means that, Heathmont are sitting in there currently. Waverley Blues, of course, I've said a few times, they've just been just not quite able to reach out and grasp it at the moment. But I think really it comes down to the run home. I think Surrey Park are hosting Waverley Blues today, so that will be a tough ask for the Blues. We have seen them pick up a few surprise wins here and there, but that'll be an interesting one. Croydon host Ringwood, so you'd assume Croydon win that. Now I say assume because we don't really know given their last few weeks of form. And then Heathmont travel to the LSO, Lilydale Sports Oval. That's,
danger game.
You just don't know. You just don't know with Lilydale at home. But then next week as well, Croydon playing Turner South, Waverley Blues hosting Heathmont. So really, I think that's the one that you're especially looking at, especially considering that these three sides, they're not ages away from each other in percentage. I think Heathmont are about 10% to the good in that stage. But looking at it, you'd expect Heathmont to pick up a win today. You'd expect Croydon to pick up a win today. Probably not for the Waverley Blues. And then going into, that next week, then obviously you expect Croydon to lose and Heathmont or Waverley Blues. That's the matchup you're looking at. So it's hard to pick at this stage. At this stage, I'll pick Heathmont. I think, possession is 9/10 of the law, they say, and they are in that 5th spot at the moment. They do have the better percentage, but I think especially if they pick up that win against Lilydale today, which even though it is at Lilydale Sports, we would fully expect them to do, I think it holds them in much better stead considering what the other two sides have in terms of their run home. But in saying all that and you breaking it down logically, there's been quite a few times this season where I've tried to use logic for this division and it's all been thrown out the window and I've ended up looking like a bit of a fool. So
I guarantee Ringwood will beat Croydon, Heathmont will lose to Lilydale, and we'll have a new favourite for the top 5.
I want to see Waverley Blues win. Come on, Waverley. Let's see something, man. Show me something.
Well, it will be fascinating today, and obviously Surrey Park have locked in double chance just about. I mean, mathematically, actually, they're not locked in, but they'll finish probably 3rd.
Yeah.
One more win and they get it.
Yeah, guaranteed. And Wanturna South, obviously, they're in a really good spot at the moment. They're going to finish probably 2nd, and they play both Mulgrave and Waverley Blues. The Waverley Blues, I think, are a big sniff today. Surrey Park have certainly, we've talked about sides who have had some injuries and players out of the lineup. Surrey Park is certainly one of those. Kane Hendon's a massive inclusion for them. They haven't had Hendon since, obviously, came in last week, but hadn't previously had him since about round 6. And there was actually rumours that he might be done. I heard that from my old mate who's moved out to the Northern League. He comes obviously back in the side last week. Hopefully he's able to come into that final series. Jack Maher's out. Is a massive out. Yeah. They've got some other outs as well, but they're not unbeatable at home. Lilydale gave it a real red-hot crack, so I think Waverley Blues are a big chance there. And then, like the other games, I think Lilydale have probably got a few players back at the right time of the year, more capable of an upset. Croydon Ringwood, I think, is going to be even on a lovely day like this, I think that could be a 9 goals win you the game type game, just by the way those two sides play, unless one of them starts to really turn it on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an opportunity for Ringwood. It would have been a bigger opportunity for them had other results gone their way. They still are a mathematical chance of making it, but they depend on a couple of. They depend on Lilydale beating the Jets, and then they also depend on a draw occurring in round 18 between Heathmont and Waverley Blues, which is
possible.
Possible.
Knowing this season, that would be the ultimate Stephen Bradbury.
It would be indeed. But I think the most likely scenario, it comes down to essentially what Waverley Blues can do today, whether or not they can beat Surrey Park. And then essentially, as long as Heathmont are able to overcome Lilydale, the game at H.E. Park on round 18, at Central Reserve on round 18 between Waverley Blues and Heathmont. I mean, the Blues would need to smash Heathmont if they don't pick up the win today at Surrey Park, because they do need to make up that 10 percentage points of deficit, which is a tricky ask, no doubt.
I think from a neutral point of view, the best scenario is both sides just win today or both lose, and you've got that last round of the season where those two play off potentially for the final spot. Maybe Croydon come back into the conversation with a win. There's still a lot of obviously talking points to work out with Division 2. Well, again, similar to these other divisions, we'll know a lot more by 5 o'clock today. The equation will become a little bit more simpler, we think, depending on how it all goes. We hope. You never know. Premier Division, having a look at, obviously there's still 3 weeks to play in the season, so there's still a bit more movement. There's a lot more possibilities in this competition. Berwick take on South Croydon out of Edwin Flack Reserve. South Croydon in some terrific form at the moment. You go back a couple of weeks ago to their big win against Baldwin, but Berwick at Edwin Flack, we talked about that last year, that they do have the potential to have some upsets at home. This year they've taken that to a new level, and they have knocked off sides away from home as well, but particularly at home. Sides have struggled to probably perform there, so give themselves a massive chance for another win here. I think they've got at least at least one, maybe two more wins in them this season.
Yeah, I'd have to say they do have Mitcham coming up, I believe. So you can sort of pencil that in as a potential victory for Berwick. South Croydon, they do need to keep winning. Look, if they drop a game here, it's not going to be a disaster because Noble Park did lose that game against Vermont. It really creates a bit more breathing room for the Bulldogs, especially given that they have a very winnable game coming up next week. And I know it's winnable. I just can't remember who it's against, and I'm not loading here. Vermont.
Yes.
So there it is. So, look, South Croydon, they can't look. Mathematically, they can drop this game, but they wouldn't want to, obviously. They really do need as much momentum as possible coming into the finals series that they, I would say, look like they're in the box seat for making that and taking on fourth-placed Rowville in the elimination final. They're going to need as much momentum under their belt as possible.
Yeah, I agree. I think, and with obviously a lot more on the line, it is quite important for them to continue that form and just stay ahead of those sides below them. Noble Park had a pretty crucial loss last week against Vermont. That might cost them. Doncaster East, haven't probably shown enough, and they've got a hard run home. That continues today, Chris, where they host Rowville, which they did defeat out at Seabeck earlier on in the season. Rowville started to get some of their players back in the lineup. It's good to see Brolick back out there in the senior side. I'm sure Berwick Reserves enjoyed playing against Brolick in the game there as we look ahead. But obviously this week, if they are to play finals, they've still got some tough games to finish off the year, Chris. They have to win this one just to keep the conversation alive, Donny East.
Yeah, it's a good point. Will they win it? I don't think so. I've tipped Rowville here. I think one thing the Hawks have done well, that even with, they've had outs just like any team have, and they've had slight dips in form just like any team has, but the thing that they've managed is they've always managed to keep the sides below them at an arm's length. They've been fourth for the vast majority of this season, it feels like. They were in and around Baldwin a few times. I think, Baldwin have pulled away since about the halfway point in the season, but Rowville have done really well of just not letting the sides below them really get into the conversation of jumping them, which I think is credit to them. But, looking from a Doncaster East perspective, as far as I'm aware, them and Vermont are about the two most bipolar sports teams I know at the moment because you just don't know what you're going to get week in, week out. It could be a week where, everything clicks and they're flying and Shaki will probably kick about 10 and they pick up a 20-point win and we're saying, oh, well, maybe they're back, but maybe it's not that and they'll fall short and it will be a bit disappointing like it's been throughout this whole season. So I've tipped Rowville.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see how that all plays out. Obviously, an important game for Rowville as well, just because they aren't completely locked in the top five. They've got to keep winning to guarantee it. They're only a game ahead of South Croydon, Noble Park, and then 2 games ahead of Doncaster East and Vermont. So they're still not guaranteed a spot, but they should probably finish it from there. And hopefully, we've just getting the mic set up. We'll be joined in a second by big Blake Tennant, who's done the.
Yeah.
There you go. You're on.
Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah, we can hear you.
But I'm on. But,
that's right. Well, where have you come from? You've been a cashy.
Yeah. Oh no, it wasn't a cashy for starters. No, I interviewed Trent Cochin just then, so yeah, pretty good. It was a good day out down at Kilsyth. Did a little bit of previewing for Div 1 finals because these two will be playing out here, so it should be exciting times.
What was the vibe down at Pinks Reserve? We talked about this game. They've got a big task against Churnside Park. Speak to anyone about the game?
Yeah, I spoke to Simon and Damien and. Pretty confident. Obviously, the 2 key outs of Jackson Drake out, and also the man.
So Drake out as well.
Drake is out. Drake's out.
Wow.
Goebbels is out too. So it's 2 big outs to kill size. So
just a week.
Confident, but I tipped Churnside, so hard to tell the people who I tipped. So
you can't blame you. That they are sitting on top of the ladder for a reason. Churnside Park, and then what was Kochi though?
Kochi was really good. Yeah, he spoke. He spoke about the hub. He spoke about the challenges of that period where Richmond were no good, 2016, 2017, and it was really good speaker. So
very good. That's good to hear. And obviously you're coming into this game now with we've spoken to both coaches. We've had Gaz on, we've had Matt Price on, and you saw North Ringwood play a couple of weeks ago. You've seen Montrose play last week against Muralbark.
Yep.
Let's get your thoughts on this one. An unbiased point of view.
Yeah.
What is your, I think you are leaning towards Montrose winning this game, but tell me why. Tell me why they set up.
Montrose, and I went and saw him last week, and let's just say, wasn't the greatest games to look at a really good Montrose side. I just think, if you look at form base, and you've been heavy on that, Ryan.
Form.
They've won probably 5 or 6 in a row. So. But against, lower ranked sides. And
they beat Beaconsfield and Boronia in that.
Yep,
that was a big win.
Big win, that one. But I just think they've got their system sort of back to where it should be. I think they're a finals team. But North Ringwood, I think we've got to give a lot of credit to them. To beat South Belgrave, the only side to do it, especially down here at Quamby Reserve. And, people, I've been listening on to the forecasts and you guys saying, North Ringwood at Quamby, fair enough because it's their home ground. But I think they can get it done, the Demons, today. Just got a feeling. So, and it's a mini elimination final.
It is, yeah.
I asked an interesting question, just sort of like a little off topic, I suppose. North Ringwood being the only team to beat South Belgrave, it almost makes them and then potentially not making the finals if Montrose do win today. Kind of makes them the Mulgrave of this year from a couple of years back.
Yes, when South Belgrave won the flag and their only losses were twice to Mulgrave during the season, who didn't play finals that year.
Didn't play finals.
Yeah, maybe that is for North Ringwood, whether they play finals or not, first year under Matt Price, I think this is the signs of the improvement, where they're going. And I think next year you'd just about, when we do our predictions, and we're always usually wrong on those, I think just about everyone would lock them in for a top 5 spot next year if they don't play this year. But
Matt Price obviously signed for next year in 2027, which is great news for North Ringwood. I always feel if you've locked in your coach right now, it just shows that he's invested in the long haul, of course, with their junior program, which is ticking a lot of boxes. Did the 19s win today? I didn't get here early enough. Obviously, I just rocked up. Did you see the 19 score?
I was here, but I was busy away on my laptop, but I didn't quite see that result.
Their 19s are going to be making finals. Obviously,
Montrose won by 4 points in the 19s, 52 to 48.
So that's a double chance for Montrose, so they'll be happy about that. But North Ringwood are going to be making finals here. Reserves, it looks like North Ringwood could be out because this game also was like this game coming up. So exciting times for North Ringwood. I've been really happy with how they're going and really looking forward to this one as well.
Yeah, well, fascinating enough that both sides were on 7 wins coming into this game. Montrose and North Ringwood in the reserves. I don't know who they play next week. Montrose would play South Belgrave and
North Ringwood, Bayswater.
Yeah, play Bayswater.
Yeah,
Bayswater, I'm pretty sure too.
Yeah. So and that's why when we talk about the senior side of things today, if North Ringwood win, they despite probably not being in the top 5 by the end of the afternoon, even with a win because of percentage, they enter they get the box seat of they are the side more likely to get in because of who both sides played in that final round of the season. So that is why we have sort of dictated this as a mini elimination final.
Absolutely.
100%. And how good's the weather, boys?
Very good.
I had cricket training this morning before I went down to Kilsyth, and it was just incredible. Felt like summer's just around the corner. I know we're in August, we're in August, so who would have thought that we'll have these conditions in August? I think we've been pretty blessed with the weather as well, I have to say.
Don't say it, because as soon as we say that, we'll get a month of rain for the finals where we need
till now.
Megan's just had to reach for the sunscreen.
Well, I'm having a look at the far side. We'll be in the shade over there on the boundary, Lee, or
they will be for after a bit. You watch them slide.
You're not calling anymore.
If I start to see you moving across, just to catch those last rows.
It's absolutely hailing a couple of times. So come on, please.
Yeah, well, good on you. But let's jump back into our Premier Division discussion as we were talking about before. We've still got Matt Spider-Lee to join us on the call. Currently in that reserves game, Montrose lead by 10 points with 8 minutes left in that final quarter. East Ringwood take on Vermont. The Eagles, they got a win last week, but I didn't think we felt confident enough that they were going to really make a run, and particularly when they got to play East Ringwood, this would probably officially rule them out.
Yeah, it's a hard road home for Vermont. They kind of sealed their own fate in the middle of the season by really dipping off in form. Injuries have definitely been a factor that's played into that, and perhaps if they had a better run with injuries this year, they might have challenged for that 5th spot. But I still think South Croydon and Oval Park would have outpaced them anyway. And against East Ringwood today, I mean, it's not a fait accompli, but it is a very, very tough task for the Eagles for this one, even with potentially a lot to play for.
Yeah, that's right. It'll be fascinating to see how that all obviously eventuates. But East Ringwood, they still can finish on top of the ladder. Blackburn with their win. They play Mitcham today, so you expect Blackburn to probably continue their form, win this afternoon, and then the final 2 rounds of the season when you compare, Blackburn get Berwick at home, and then they finish with Doncaster East at Zerby. So I would probably back in Blackburn to win out for the rest of the year. East Ringwood, after today's clash against Vermont, they're off to Balwyn to play the Tigers, and then in the final round of the season off to Seabeck to play the Hawks. So they've got a much tougher run home. They've got to win out and hope Blackburn drop one with their percentage. They'll go into first position if that happens. But it'd be Blackburn's now. Look, if everything goes the way we think they are, they're going to lock up a top spot a week off in the first week of the finals. I know they played in a grand final back in 2019, but apart from that, they really haven't had much success in Premier Division. They've been just in the middle table.
Well, have they won a final since COVID? I didn't think so.
No. Yeah. They've been in that, obviously when the Premier Division went from the top 6, of course, and they made finals every year, of course, with Brendan Allen. So it must be the Brendan Allen effect with what he's doing with South Croydon at the moment. So, but no, I think Blackburn, they've surprised me. Have you guys been surprised about how good Blackburn have been? The 5 on our ladder predictor?
Don't remind us that.
Yeah, well, I did too. And I've had a few Blackburn people, like, when you're on your socials and you get these random people just adding you on Facebook or Instagram and they go, "You've wrote us off." And
that has never happened to me.
That's happened to me. That's happened to me.
They're not random, they're hunting you, mate.
But I've had 3 of them just message me saying, "You wrote us off," with red and black stamps on that one.
Really?
So,
hey, Whispers, you wrote us off.
Is there any clubs that you don't hear from? Because it feels like every time we go to a new club or something, you've got a story somewhere with someone.
There's a few clubs that obviously like me. So there's a couple that, I think it's the favourite day of the year when we announce our ladder predictors. And we get these clubs that, no disrespect to these sort of clubs, but I know who these people are. And they say, "Oh, you put us, where we are," but you're actually down bottom. So.
Yeah. Well, you don't hear from them at the end of the season if you're right. It's only when we're wrong.
Yeah, and the Basin's not your friend.
I had someone come up to me. Well, someone told someone that I put them to get relegated again this year, which is not true. So I'm not sure who's starting that and who actually said that at the start of the year, but that was not me. Although I certainly didn't think they'd play finals this year, but that's a tremendous achievement for them. Just before we go to probably one more break.
While we were on the Blackburn topic as well, just something that might be worth mentioning. One of the guys that started the season there, Cooper Trembath, got announced for his debut this week.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Very exciting.
Congratulations to him. Good luck to him.
Because when I was down at the Eastern Rangers, and he was down there as well, and it took a lot of time to get him into the program. He came in, I would say maybe because he got injured or something, and he was halfway through. Obviously played in the grand finals as well. And I followed his career, obviously been down there, and I spoke to him when he got drafted the weekend of, and he's just one of the most happiest persons. He's always got a smile on his face, and I hope he does well. I hope Alistair Clarkson doesn't put him as a sub. Please don't do that, Clarko, or anyone from North Melbourne that'll listen to him, because
Mick Barlow.
Yeah, hopefully. Mick Barlow's up and about after that famous podcast that holds that myself and Oscar and Kate were on. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we go to an ad break, that score in the Premier Division final that we've been keeping you updated with in the senior women's, Park Orchards, they're going to move on to the next round. They're going to play off in a preliminary final against either South Croydon or South Belgrave. They're going to beat the Devils 10-8-68 the Sharks to 5-2-32 the Eastern Devils. 8 minutes to play in that final quarter out at HE Park Reserve. What an achievement for Park Orchards.
And just to get the number off the back, because remember Park Orchards during the whole year they beat not Park Orchards, Eastland Devils had the wood over Park Orchards for the whole year, and to beat them in a final where it actually matters, it's very sweet now. So, but yeah, big game in the afternoon, clash between South Croydon and South Belgrade, which would be huge.
I reckon Park Orchards go the whole way. I'm going to say it.
Well, I said it on the podcast, and you can retrace it, Ryan. I 100% said it on the podcast, and I said Park Orchards, they can win this thing, and I had to change my mind a little bit.
Yeah, you went off that last week. Wow, you shouldn't have said anything.
I reckon it could be a South Croydon Park Orchards grand final.
They've done this just to prove you wrong, Blake.
Yeah, well, Georgia Livingston has kicked 4 goals. Molly Haymanson has kicked 3 for the Sharks. For the Devils, Chloe Hunt, after 10 goals last week, she's there on the multiple goal scorer with 2, but we'll keep an eye on that game.
Park
as
Orchards,
it runs out.
Dominant Reserve must be a good place to be these days. Both the senior men's and the senior women's having a lot of success. It must be a great club.
Well, obviously, last year, unfortunately for Park Orchards, men's team fell short, but they're both making grand finals. The 19s are on top of the ladder in the 19s, and Reserves are second, so it's good times down there at Domini.
Yeah, certainly right. Back here at Quamby Reserve, we're going to take one more break, and then we're going to jump in and bring in the call team for the big game between North Ringwood and Montrose.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Quamby Reserve for the Division 1 clash between Montrose and North Ringwood. Thank you very much, Ryan and Chris, for joining me in the pre-game show. And I'm bringing in the call team now. Blake Tennant next to me and Matt Spider-Lee as well. It's going to be a fascinating clash, isn't it? Blake, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, good to be here. Thank you, Jared, for this. Really looking forward to this game. I think I said this a couple of weeks back to our great media manager. This has to be the radio game. It's just got huge ramifications for finals for both of these teams as well, where it's sort of like a Game 7 in an NBA Finals or something like that, where it's a win or go home situation as Montrose come onto the ground as we speak right now. So, looking forward to this great contest. How are you going, Jared?
Yeah, pretty good. Thank you, Blake. It's a fantastic day here for footy. And just to remind the listeners on the bit of the maths of the situation in Division 1, we are treating this, even though mathematically it's not a absolute loss for the loser here today. We are expecting Montrose to go down to South Belgrave next week. Of course, a lot of Montrose fans will be giving them a shot in that one. And North Ringwood potentially to beat Bayswater. So the ladder, the way it'll shape up if results go as predicted in round 18, this really is a mini elimination final for both of these clubs. Is that the way you see it, Spider Lee?
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Jared, Blake, and everyone, and all the viewers and listeners. Great to be here. Really looking forward to the clash this afternoon, and I just think this game has so much promise on both sides. I mean, I think we're going to get a close one this afternoon. I think North Ringwood a couple of weeks ago really showed against Baronia here that they are capable and a team on the rise. They were in that game for majority of it and had control for parts of it, but just couldn't quite finish their work off. Whereas Montrose, their form has certainly improved over the last 6 weeks since the announcement of Gary Ayres, that he's going to move on at season's end. So, look, their performances have got better. They've started to score a little bit more, the Demons, and that's all come from their defence, which has really improved, and their clearance and contested ball. But I'm really looking forward, as a whole, to see how the game unfolds.
Can't agree more, Spider. Blake, what do you think the key has been? Of course, we've spoken about this during the pre-game show a little bit. We haven't got your thoughts on this. What do you think the key in the past few weeks has been to Montrose's success? They've not failed to score lower than 90.
Well, I think started the year, that was the question marks, the scoring. But to back up your point there, Montrose are now sitting third for points scored in the competition. So the scoring's there. Like, there's no questions about that. And, obviously there was a few doubts, where they can score. But I honestly think they can score. It's going to come down to the midfield battle. But that's like every other cliche thing we say as well. But if you can get a hold there, Montrose, unfortunately, they had, Jack Dietrich, he was playing, in the first game that we had. He's not playing today. So Aidan Begg could really, use that strength and power to get over the line there, because I think that's the point where North Ringwood can get a hold of Montrose. But Montrose, their back six has been really rock solid. I've watched them last week pretty closely. In the forward line, it's been a bit shaky, but they've done really well to, galvanise this group.
Absolutely, and it's Sean Dirksen playing the ruck, if I'm correct. He's got a big task against Aidan Begg. It's going to be an interesting one, Spider.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, we know what Begg can do. He's just got such an athletic presence and ability to cover the ground. So that's going to be the challenge for Dirksen, to see how much he can compete across the ground and how much and what sort of support that he will have throughout the game, because there's going to be a time where he's going to need to rest at some point in time throughout the duration of the game. So have they got that second ruck, backup option that they can throw in there just to mix things up a little bit and just to, I suppose, compensate from that point of view. So really important battle, that ruck. It's going to be who can get first use, but also who can around the ground get the dominance and push the advantage in their team's way.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to go to our two boundary riders today. Our great media manager, Ryan Long. I haven't seen Ryan on the boundary for a long time. And Chris Cordis, of course. Welcome back to the team. As well.
You're right, Blake. It has been a while, but I've picked the day perfectly because it is a beautiful day. I checked the weather before I listed the team list. Just on the coin toss, if you've missed that, Luke Patterson won that for North Ringwood. They'll be kicking to your left side of the screen this afternoon, up to the hill end of the ground here at Quamby Reserve. And if we are doing tips, I'm tipping Montrose, I think, just by I think 1 or 2 goals. I think this will be quite tight, just with the form they're going into this game. North Ringwood a little bit out of form, not out of form, sorry, but with the bye that probably throws things out a little bit. Montrose have knocked off a couple of contenders in recent times, and I think they might just do it today.
And Chris, for you, mate?
Yeah, I'm going to back Ryan up on that one. I say up the Tros for today. I'm going to back
beautiful.
Montrose by about 14.
Love it. As well, we might go. Jared, who are you backing for this one?
I'm actually going to go for North Ringwood on this one.
That's fine.
I was impressed by their scoreline earlier in the year, and that was at Montrose, and now we're playing at Quamby. They've got a couple of players back. I know Montrose, very different looking team compared to that round as well. Just giving the Saints the edge in this one, but I wouldn't be shocked if Montrose got
And
over
quickly, Matt Spider lead before we have the first bounce.
Montrose in a close one. Just think their forwards might be the difference in this contest.
Yep, no worries. Umpires are on the ground. Both teams are into the final stages before this crucial mini elimination final. There you go, first one. I've said that as well. And we're about to start this game. Beautiful conditions for football. No cloud around. I'm looking around right now. Cannot see any clouds. And to bring us in for the first time this afternoon is Jared Beelan.
Umpire holds the ball aloft, and this Division 1 clash is underway. Begg gets the first tap right down to Rice, trying to burst through. The clearance was North Ringwood. Braunthal comes up to meet the ball, and a short kicking option down at right half forward. Patterson led up to grab it, and now it's in the hands of Leach. A bit of a wayward kick, and Bo Tennant standing strong in the back line. Excellent mark there, diving to ground. Going to search for some options. Short kick. He finds Brad Watson, and he's going to go a little bit wide now. LaPlanche. So Montrose just looking to pick their way through the North Ringwood zone early here. Tentative at the moment, but a longer kick down the line. Mark not taken by Jenkins. Dirksen came in and he was wrapped up. So we've got a ball up right in front of us here, so we can take a good look at this ruck contest between Begg and Dirksen. Begg tapped it down, shucked immediately by Montrose, however. Kick down the line by Watson, who's there. North Ringwood take the intercept mark, and this will be Riley White.
And Flynn takes the advantage and plays on. We're on the outer side wing here. First to pick it up will be number 28 in William Waller. Chance to find his teammate, but Galbraith involved. Gets a little slip hand pass there. White to Joel Tennant. Got to get those two names right there. LaPlanche now, he's got time. Does a strong tackle. We're inside, deep inside Montrose's forward 50, and it's going to be a ball up. So we're literally right in front of the goals down here. As I said before, beautiful conditions for footy today. Can't get any better than this, I reckon. It's really solid conditions. Begg gets another hit out. He's going to be getting a lot of hit outs for this game. Watson involved in Brad. Gets a kick that might be gone, but nothing doing, not called. A snap there from Bailey White. Deep inside the forward 50. Who's going to call this one? Galbraith snap around the corner. And it's free for one behind. So that moves to score to Montrose. One behind to North Ringwood, yet to score. 2 minutes 15 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Begg couldn't complete the intercept mark there. It spilt right down, and well, it was an opportunity for Montrose. Early one.
We're going to be getting a lot of hit outs made in Begg today, aren't we? Premier Data will be coming in hot on Monday.
He's a class player.
He is.
Looking for triple figures on that one, perhaps.
And he's got a little bit of size on him.
Yeah, former Collingwood man.
Absolutely. Flynn will advance the kick in a little bit further with a run. Contest in the middle of the ground. Kieran Rice ended up tackled. We'll have a ball up. Still one behind to no score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard thus far. We've only gone the 3 minutes. Here at Quamby Reserve, hunting it as Watson. Rice challenged, and now Jenkins gets a bouncing ball into the forward line. Tanzimat, no. Heap was able to get a handball away, but it was under pressure. North Ringwood were able to take advantage of that. They chain it up through hands, running through the middle of the ground. Braunthal takes it, hands it back. Oh, just being tackled though. Excellent pressure by Montrose. Good stuff by Brendan Gardol.
Yeah, into the team this week, Jared, of course, the only premiership player in 2013. So good to see him in the team.
He's an excellent addition here to the Montrose side, no doubt, bringing some stability and leadership as Montrose get the clearance, but cut off immediately by North Ringwood. It's in the hands of Rice, now wrapped up immediately, and you can see the Montrose pressure as they've started hot at the moment.
It's evident early, Jared, that Montrose's intensity around the ball is certainly prominent early.
Trying to rove this North Ringwood. Rice has a bit of time and space. He takes a bounce. Speculative kick down the ground. Wearing his man nicely was the Montrose defender that's Daniel Frith. And so he was able to punch it away from Patterson and earn the ball in. 4.5 minutes gone in this first quarter. Begg against Dirksen once more. Begg gets the tap down. Van Unen hands it off. Now that's Sharp into the middle of the ground. Long kick by Dunn towards the goal square. He actually had a shot at it. Oh, it's straight. Gee, I thought that was going to be a pass, but actually managed to carry the distance. And North Ringwood take first blood.
Great stoppage goal, boys. That was terrific work there by North Ringwood. Their mids got involved, at the stoppage, at the source. They got the ball moving, and in the end, well finished off. And that's what they need to do early, North Ringwood. Need to take the most of their chances early. That's what they failed to do a few weeks ago when they played Baronia in a big game. So Matt Price will be really happy with that start to the game.
Yes, indeed. Matt Spider-Lee, terrific job. He's been around for a long time. It's good to see him back. LaPlanche now, of course, coming from Roval this year, spending some time down at Casey VFL, finds his teammate in Galbraith. Now he's on the sort of a pocket inside the 50. Tries to find his teammate, but again, Riley White finds Begg. Begg does a hand pass, not the greatest of hand passes to Tanzamat, and he gets tackled. And it's on the pocket outside here of Crombie Reserve. Just on the pocket down here, Montrose is attacking 50. Begg just grabs it out of the ruck and just grabs it on the boot straight away. Lord was held, and it's going to be a free kick going to Lord. He's had a fine year, Greg Lord, and finds Bo Tennants, of course. A short kick to Hayden Smith again, coming from the basin. Bombs it inside the 450 to Tanzamat and marks it. Tanzamat marks it just on an angle here of inside the forward 50 on the pocket down here at Crombie Reserve.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side to Chris Cordes.
Just quickly, guys, one of the guys that was involved in that trade, Greg Lord, is getting a hard tag from James Leach so far in this game. He's wearing him like a glove.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. A really important contest that's going to be between those two.
Yeah, well, it's talked about, of course. So Tanzamat now can line up, kick Montrose's first of the day. He lines up and it's going to the right, and it's going to go through from behind. That is Montrose's first score of the day, or second score, sorry, I should say. So score reads Montrose 2 behinds to North Ringwood at 1 straight 6. So we've gone 7 minutes in to this first quarter.
Rye Cantwell to bring this ball in. Usually a good user of the ball, but he set a task for a teammate. Good thing he had space there in the back line. Braunthal comes up to meet that. Cantwell's kept running. Dynamic player. Floating kick, however. It's been made good by his teammate. Now North Ringwood push forward. Mark. Intercept mark taken by Daniel Frith. A couple of good moments for him early in this game. Onto the wing, through the hands of Dirksen. Smith receives the handball. Montrose have a bit of time and space to work this out. The kick wasn't great. Begg read it well. He ended up in a tackle immediately holding the ball. So Montrose will continue this attack. We've got Taj Heap. Passes it. Now the kick that came from Vandermaat, the in today. No mark taken at ground level. Bailey White gets a kick away. Just working out well for North Ringwood, however, as Jason Sharp handed it off. He's going to get it back as well under a bit of pressure. Well done, Wyman. It's been turned over. No, Taylor gets it back. Completely stolen from Bailey White there. Short kick. Taj Heap was there. No mark taken, and tackle and a ball up on the outer side.
They do like the short kick, Montrose, looking for shorter options at the moment, then looking to go deep into their forward line.
Jenkins involved yet again. He's had a few touches, but same as this man, Kieran Rice. Brad Braden Leach gets it inside the pocket of Montrose, and a mark taken again, intercepted by Riley White. We'll be seeing him, the general, you would say, down full back. I know he looks pretty young, but he stabilised himself as one of the prime defenders. And a mark taken by Braden Leach again. It's just slowing things down. Montrose trying to find a good target inside the forward 50 to Galbraith.
Yep.
And Galbraith leads. And notice there's a fine kick there by Braden Leach there. Galbraith takes a mark. It's been a really good goal scorer for Montrose this year, of course. Need to find that.
And that's what you've got to do, Blake. You've got to be able to find the short target, then the long kick in, just to give that separation. Makes the North Ringwood, makes it a lot harder to defend.
So Ty Galbraith going for goal number 28 this year. Kicked 6 goals against Norwood a couple of weeks ago. Can line up and kick Montrose's first for the day, and he does. Montrose on the board. And that's their first goal of this afternoon. That means it's gone to Montrose 1-2-8 to North Ringwood 1-6, and we've gone 10 minutes into the first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
The Saints might need an answer for Ty Galbraith. He kicked 4 goals against them in round 17 last year, so
Yes.
the same matchup.
It is. It's going to be an important one, Jared, definitely, and that's something North Ringwood got to be really cautious of early parts of this game.
So back into the middle it will be.
So that's goal number 28 for Ty Galbraith.
Very handy this year, no doubt.
Yeah, it's needed to as well with Garthwaite coming out of the team.
Begg shows quite a bit of aptitude there in taking it out of the ruck, but the handball wasn't perfect. However, North Ring would recover well. It came to number 32 in Liam Taylor. Skirmish on the wing now on the outer side. Bo Tennant involved, ducking this way and that. The Montrose player got tackled. It's come out now to Watson. And attacking the ball well in that situation. The Montrose defence. No mark taken down the line in the hands now of Vag. He was tackled, and it'll be a ball up.
As we've alluded to, good pressure around the ball from Montrose early in this game.
Tap that time, and kick away as well from the Montrose ruckman. They're sharing it around well. That was Smith. He's now got it to Whittle. Whittle heads for home. It was wide. Harry Whittle, very wide, in fact. Was lucky to score a behind. So Montrose moved to 139. North Ringwood 1-6. We've gone 11.5 minutes in the on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
It's Jared. First to get there will be Lockie O'Donnell. It was a risky sort of kick there. The first to get there will be number 25 there in Howie. Of course, Watson will get this one. He will sweep this one up. Tansy, snap around the corner. Tansen Mats finds his teammate in Galbraith. He's already kicked one today, and that's going to go out of bounds for a throw in here.
Yeah, they're pressuring well the Montrose forwards at the moment. They're getting the re-entry from the 50, so it's been a good start by Watson as well to date so far.
Planch in the ruck now against Begg. Begg just grabs it on the boot. He's done that 3 times today, but getting there first is Lord. As you see, Jared, he's got the hot tag today. Definitely be getting that treatment. Team of the year last year, Greg Lord goes for a short import kick to Watson, and that's going to be a free kick. And what's going to happen? There's a bit of fighting going on here.
There was a wrestle off the ball before that kick came in, involving Aiden Begg. And now
the rig's out.
The sparks are flying.
He might need a new jumper, Riley Cantwell. Rye Cantwell, sorry. Yeah, he might. But it's going to be a ball up, though. Everyone thought it was a free kick. Everyone stopped what they were doing. So that ball was touched on the line. Frith involved. Again, that man in Greg Lord picks up the ball, hand passes it to his teammate in Frith. Strong tackle by the Saints. And we're on the cricket pitch down here at Quamby Reserve. Scoreboard reads Montrose 139 to North Ringwood 1-6. 13 minutes into this first quarter. Begg gets another hit out. He's probably got all of North Ringwood's hit outs at the moment. Bit high there. Rice involved. And a strong tackle. North Ringwood, their midfield is just, that's the key today, I feel like, if North Ringwood want to win this.
Yeah, repeat stoppage. Important for the Saints here.
LaPlanche involved. Strong tackle by the Saints. There's a bit of feeling in this one. I don't mind it. Well, when it's a mini elimination final, it is do or die footy at this stage, especially in August, which we'd love to see.
There's a lot on the line, Blake.
It is for both of these teams. Staples gets a hand pass smothered off there, boys, by Heat. And Brumful will get there first, but the Saints doing really well here. And a kick there, that was by Luke Patterson. Bombs it inside the forward 50. A lot of red and blue jumpers for this one, and a tackle lead as well. A lot of feeling early, and I'm just loving it at the moment, Jared. Everyone's feeling it as we speak. It's a really exciting battle.
It definitely is. As you've mentioned, Spider, pressure around the contest is pretty huge, and neither team taking a backward step just yet. Back into play it goes. Shepherd roved it. Kick towards the forward line. O'Donnell will be there. Sorry, that was Leach. Going to ground, Montrose. Coming through was Bateman. Tackled strongly. Didn't have enough time for Pryor. So the umpire happy to take this one. So many players around the ball. Flynn's one of them, steals it, gets the handball away while being tackled. Back there is Heap, off the ground. Is it going to be Rice? No, just dribbles it. Had to bend down and pick it up. Gets the ball back into some space. And just keeping it in front of him was number 58 in Mitchell Hansen. But Montrose, they got the kick away, but it's going to come right back. Good intercept, Mark. No, it was pushing the back. So Montrose are going to be able to attack with this one. It's come to Watson. Brad Watson to centre half forward. Tanzimat might have been the target. It went over his head. Just punched over the line. Now it's picked up here by LaPlanche. Tries the centering kick. Who's got the space here to take the mark? It's Harry Whittle.
Yeah, some really good play there by the Demons. They really worked hard. It's all started with Watson off halfback to get the ball forward, and then just that good centering kick. But that was just good, smart, intelligent football to bring his other teammates into the passage of play.
He had so much class, does Braden LaPlanche.
He does, LaPlanche. He looks the complete player.
Former Rowville player, Eastern Rangers experience as well. But this is Harry Whittle with the ball in hands. He's made his senior debut this year, just off to the right, however. So they've been missing some opportunities here, the Demons. They're at 1-4-10. North Ringwood, 1 straight 6. We've gone 16 and a half minutes in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And lots of dominance too, boys, here. This is why Montrose must make the most of it.
Yeah, and the inaccuracy is definitely haunting them a few times, Spider, in games. So fair point there, Spider. There's a kick to the other side pocket, North Ringwood. This is the new number, of course, Oliver McKenzie, I believe. Plays on here. Of course, one of the new names for North Ringwood today, and a free kick going to North Ringwood. Van Neunen, of course, what a servant he's been to this great club of North Ringwood. Of course, he won a premiership. Did he win the premiership in 2014? I believe he did. He's been a real servant of North Ringwood. He bombs it in forward. And a spoiler there, that was by Brendan Gardell.
It's just not the kick from an experienced player. He needs to lower his eyes and get that ball channeled in a little bit better than that. That's just a long bomb, easy to defend for Montrose.
There's a hit out there. That was by Luke Patterson coming into the ruck today. Of course, we've known him as a forward. And Gardell, another intercept mark taken. And he gets it to the pocket of... Oh, no, dropped the mark there. That was by Frith. Eels picks it up to try settle the nerves. Finds Hayden Smith. Hayden Smith does the hand pass to Heap. Heap gets it inside the forward 50. Mark almost taken there by LaPlanche. Snap around the corner. And it's an intercept mark taken. And that was by Oliver McKenzie, of course. Just called his name before. Coming into the team. Rice slowing things down. Try gets the Saints back in the game. Kick the first goal, of course. That's smothered off the boot there. That was by Hayden Smith. Whittle involved. Chain of hand passes for the Saints here. Bit of holding going on, and it might be picked up. It is. Yep, it is. I'm just going to go to Lachlan O'Donnell.
O'Donnell,
number 32, sorry. 32. Do we have that number?
Yeah, Liam Taylor.
Liam Taylor. Oh, that's the one that was on my sheet. Oops. Finds the Luke Patterson. The Taints are just slowing things down at this stage. Of course, they kicked the first goal. Lord almost took the mark, and it's going to be another ball up.
It's uncharacteristically slow from North Ringwood, and it's playing right into the hands of the Montrose defenders.
It is, and it doesn't really suit them the way that they play. I would like them to move the ball a little bit quicker, a bit more precise, but with skill execution.
Maybe it's a product of the pressure that Montrose are putting them on, as we're going to get a secondary ball up here, I think. Yep. Just the amount of pressure that Montrose has been able to put on them around every contest. Maybe North Ringwood have gone back into their shells a little bit more than they'd want. We'll see how this quarter progresses, however, as Hayden Smith was trying to search for it. Going head first into an opponent was Flynn.
Boys, jumper changed with the right Cantwell with his jumper going off before. He's now wearing the 45 and he's back on the field.
45, there you go. So he's gone from 10 to 45. That's a bit of a difference.
Bit of a leap there, but Brad Batten-Leach, he's on the case here. No, it's now spelled out to Eels, who's just been cleaned up. No free kick paid. I expected one. I think everyone expected one, but the intercept mark's been taken. Right.
So it's going to be a ball up.
It is going to be a ball up, wow.
Yeah, I remember Nicky Winmar was number 7 in an elimination final, got his jumper ripped and ended up with number 60.
Jeez.
My mistake, it was Vandermaat who got cleaned up there. Begg, the throw was a little bit long, so Begg was advantaged by that. Tackle laid, and it was holding the ball by the...
high tackle.
It was a high tackle.
Bit high, yeah.
Taj Heap.
Yeah, I didn't see which way the umpire signalled, so Taj Heap gets it out to Gardle on the outer side. That's not Gardle, that is Frith. Now, just picking their way down the line is Montrose.
Yeah, it's good play, the way that they're doing this.
Eels, the kick, hits a contest. Now, North Ringwood at ground level, they're able to recover the ball, send it to centre half forward, and once again, the intercept marking, this time Frith again. Daniel Frith has done a lot of good things today. Frith and Eels. Oh, Eels, he didn't see him coming. And Charlie Sizer wins the holding the ball free kick.
No advantage called, though.
Probably for the best for North Ringwood.
Yeah, there wasn't an advantage there, I don't think.
So Charlie Sizer, the former Warrandyte player, he is a little bit too far to score. Yeah, I don't know.
I think he actually is backing himself here, Jared.
The body language is telling me so, but the distance is...
he might get a run on.
Questionable.
He'll take his best kick.
Charlie Sizer just played the 2 senior games this year. 13 goals in 13 games for Warrandyte last year. So definitely can find the scores, this young man. Deliberate run in. He didn't hit it sweet enough. Oh, over the top! Taking to the skies was Begg. Van Union claims the mark. And the umpire's going to sort this one out. We're having a look at the replay of the set shot. The umpire still has ball in hand. And ball up. So North Ringwood with an opportunity here. Kicking it straight out of defence there, Montrose. But the mark's been taken. It's going to come straight back. It's Charlie Sizer again. Sizer has had a sighter. And he's going to back himself once more.
Is that a pun, Jared? I don't know if that was.
He gave it a go. You've got to at least try.
Back yourself in, Jared. I like it.
So Charlie Sizer, I did mention his capabilities on that last kick. He's got a bit of an angle to negotiate this time. Not too severe. Less distance. What's he going to do? Left foot kick. That is pure. He's got it through. And North Ringwood, they move to 2 straight 12. Montrose 1-4-10.
Well, they worked hard for it. It had to come back out before it went back in, but because we had to work out whether it was going to be a mark or not. But look, they ended up getting the goal the second time around, but that's what they need to do. They need to hit the scoreboard, North Ringwood, early in this game. Can't afford to be chasing the game early parts. So really important that they can capitalise every time they go into 50.
They definitely have had their opportunities, Montrose, and now find themselves a couple points back.
Yes, they do. Much needed goal for North Ringwood. That hard work to get that goal. And they now take the lead, do North Ringwood. So Van Unen will now have the ball. Hand passes it to Cantwell. And that is on the ball. And it is. And he let him know. They let him know, do they? And Van Unen's just telling the young boy to, ease up there. And there's a kick taken there by Rolly Hands. Played game number 150 last week, boys. So another serve into Montrose. Planche playing forward right now as we speak. Flynn gets a hand pass. Lord, first to get these, been tagged really heavily today in this game by Leach, as Jared said. Tackle laid there, that was by Lord. Flynn again gets a kick. And a mark taken by the Saints, and that's going to Braunfall. He's playing a really good season so far for North Ringwood. And that will do it. Is that quarter time?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that's quarter time, 24-minute quarter. Anyway, that's a siren. I'm just going to say, yep, that will do. But
wasn't many goals, Blake.
Yeah,
but we only had a few stoppages. So.
Anyway, that's quarter time here. North Ringwood 2 straight 12 to Montrose 1-4-10. I like the short quarters. That is quarter time. We'll talk about the goal kickers straight after this, but we're going to have a quick break, and after that, we'll have the second quarter action.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Quamby Reserve for a massive Division 1 clash. It's a mini elimination final, as we've mentioned, between North Ringwood and Montrose. We'll get an interview with one of the coaches in just a second, but we'll go through the goal kickers first of all. It was just one for Montrose.
Yeah, that was Ty Galbraith with that one. And I think for the Saints, we went Sizer. He kicked one. And
It was Patrick Dunn.
Patrick Dunn for the other one for North Ringwood. So that's the goal scorers there as well. But Matt Spider-Lee, what was your analysis of that first quarter? You see, I think Montrose, they didn't take their opportunities, but North Ringwood took a long time to get it on their terms, I felt.
Yeah, they did. Look, Montrose dominated the quarter, like when they went into their 50, and probably needed to score more. Look, the scoreboard doesn't reflect their dominance. On the other hand, North Ringwood, they just probably need to improve their method when going into their forward 50, because on too many occasions, Montrose were able to intercept and defend on their terms, and then chain up their handballs and get use of the corridor. So North Ringwood got to be really cautious to that, and when they need to defend the corridor. So I think in terms of the game, the way that's been split at the moment, I would actually say that Montrose are marginally in front, although North Ringwood have 2 goals on the board. Look, North Ringwood in the back end of the quarter did look they were threatening when they were coming forward into their 50. Just would like them to be a bit cleaner with their disposal and their method, in trying to get a little bit more separation with their forwards, just so they can give their forwards a chance to score. So, but I think really we're set for a great contest in the second term. Just going to be now up to whether Montrose can tidy up, in terms of the way they use the ball when they go forward.
Thank you very much, Spider. And the Demons' defence as well has been holding up.
Yeah, it's
well.
been really
There's
good.
a few intercept marks there. I've been enjoying Daniel Frith's game. I think he's been good.
Yeah,
he's been good. I mean, obviously Watson's been really important earlier. LaPlanche has been superb, and Greg Ord's playing a real influential role at the moment as well, getting his hands on the ball.
Absolutely, as I think we'll have one of the coaches for an interview here. I'll be interested to hear
yes,
their
guys.
thoughts.
Sorry to cut you off there, Jared. I'm down here in the North Ringwood dugout with head coach Matt Price. Matt, you mentioned weathering the storm in that huddle. How did you see the first quarter?
Oh, yeah, they were on fire there around the contest. They were just winning contests and ground ball and getting the ball going their way. And we're a bit reactive to that. So, we just got to clean that up a bit and get a bit more aggressive around the contest.
And can you talk to us a bit about trying to nullify Montrose's Greg Lord? It looked like earlier on you sent James Leach to him as a bit of a tag, but shied away from that as a quarter wore on. What are you hoping to get out of that matchup?
We're just making sure that he's accountable both ways. Lord can sort of peel off a bit and get free. We just want to make sure that he's accountable. And Leach had his opportunities, so we just got to stick with that.
Thank you, Coach. Best of luck.
Thank you very much, Chris, for that one. Definitely some interesting thoughts there.
Well, it is, and Jared, what it comes down to simply is they've got to be around the ball. They've got to be trying to even that up, and because obviously Montrose did dominate that part of the game.
Boys, some similar messages down at the Montrose huddle as well. A bit of composure. Just the one handball received, Gary Ayres noted, so they do want to certainly pick up that as that is their style of play, and also just to be careful while going forward, to lower the eyes, not to go deep because they've been outnumbered on a few occasions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ryan. Gary Ayres always going to give some wisdom at the breaks as well.
It doesn't come much better than that.
No, for sure.
Just wait till the 3/4 time rev up. I'm sure he will do what he's known for as well. So.
Aidan Begg's been excellent in the ruck as well. Of course, a bit of an uphill battle for Sean Dirksen. Definitely been playing
Kieran Rice has been playing pretty solid as well for the Saints, I reckon.
He has, he had a good quarter. Blake, have to agree with that. He's been in really good form this year.
But I think Riley Wright as well, he's been another one that's been really good down the back line.
Yeah.
Blake Tennant to bring us in for the second quarter at Quambie Reserve.
Yes, it is. It's the Eastland match of the round. Scoreboards reads Montrose 1-4-10 to North Ringwood 2 straight 12. Begg just jumps over Dirksen and gets a hit out. And a strong tackle that was laid by LaPlanche. Hams involved. Finds Watson, who had a really good first quarter. Tries to find White. Heap finds Watson, and he's been pretty much dominant everywhere he's been. And an intercept mark taken by the Saints. Mark taken, that was to Lockie O'Donnell. He's having a pretty solid quarter, I reckon, for the backman himself.
He's a good player. Great football name out here at North Ringwood. Famous family with Gary O'Donnell.
Cantwell to Rice. Rice in the centre of the ground, gets it inside the 450 for the Saints. Strong tackle there, but Shepherd was first to get there. Tennant finds Frith. That was Bow. Finds Eels. And a contested mark taken by Eels, and we're on the outside wing down here at Quambie Reserve. Beautiful conditions for footy. If you're around the area, I do urge you to come down to this game. course, huge ramifications for finals. He's involved. Whittle takes a mark. Finds Jenkins. Jenkins back to Heap in the centre of the ground down here at Crombie Reserve. They bomb it forward. Saints get involved. Jason Sharp does a turnover kick to Heap, and Heap finds a Bailey White, the co-captain of Montrose this year. He can kick his burst.
Well, that's the kick there, Blake, that should have initially gone there, but they elected to go long, and then it's come back out. But this time, they've gone shorter, and then now he gets a chance to have a shot at goal.
Both of those kicks were Taj Heap as well. So.
It was, yeah. So he just corrected himself. He knew he made the mistake too.
He's missed a lot of footy, Taj Heap, this year due to injury, so he's only just come back probably 3 weeks ago, so good to see him getting the footy. Bailey White for goal, number 24 now, can line up and kick Montrose's second of the day. He does so, and Montrose 2 for 16 to North Ringwood, 2 straight 12. We're going 2 minutes in to this second quarter of well, and I haven't seen this in a long time. That was why I was a bit shocked at the quarter time siren. A 24-minute quarter, so that's why I was a bit shocked. Usually it's always a 27, 28-minute quarter nowadays, but I haven't seen that.
Yeah,
only three goals kicked, mate. We didn't have a lot of time on, so
and not that many stoppages as well.
Not only that, they're getting the balls back quick. Some grounds, it just takes forever.
Chingham Park
when it rolls down the hill onto Eastfield Road.
But nevertheless, a really good start to the quarter for Montrose to be able to get that first initial goal. That'll get their confidence going.
Begg goes again with the tap. Nearly roved by Montrose. Stolen though. Now it's out to Taylor. Gets the kick down the line. Montrose man playing in front there in Eels. He gets the kick away while being tackled. He finessed that pretty well because Heap's down there. He's got a bit of a few Saints to contend with. Canwell met it hard. Now back to the safety of O'Donnell's hands. Kicks it out. Taylor once more. Sticky hands. Sorry, this is Jason Sharp, in fact. Sticky hands by the man who's just come back in to the side. And Montrose. They've presented a bit of a puzzle for Sharp here because he doesn't know which way to go. Sent it down the line, and I think that was just about always going to be the inevitable result, was the cut off by Tennant. They were able to kick it down the line. Now back into the hands of the new boy, Mackenzie. Centre half forward, Fosking forward at ground level. North Ringwood, Rice spins into and out of a tackle, gets the handball away. Shepherd had to lay the tackle on Bo Tennant.
Yep. Both my brothers playing today, I should mention. First time ever, I'm just saying that as well.
Oh, beautiful. Good,
they've played together.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, pretty much the whole year.
Yeah, there you go.
Van Noonan tackled. Handball went over the line. And LaPlanche has been an important cog in the amount of pressure that's been put on the North Ringwood midfield as well.
Yeah, he has. He's been brilliant.
Not just is he showing some class with the ball, he's also showing a lot of effort without it. So back into play. Hunting for it is Vandermatt. Into the pocket, happy to see it over.
Be interesting to see if we can see that handball receive game that Gary has spoke about at quarter time. Can they get that going in this second term?
North Ringwood with an opportunity here potentially. Patterson in the ruck here against Dirksen. Goes over the top of the both of them. Scooped up by Jenkins. Kick over the head. Beautiful. But maybe a little ill-advised as it's landed right into the hands of Liam Taylor. Kick and a half from goal. Or maybe one full kick. Oh, Coop to play on. He looked like he was about to line up. The umpire said, no, I don't think so. Kicked it to the hot spot. Stolen by Van Noonan. Tackled immediately. Not sure if that was a handball. Doesn't matter. Montrose march out of defence. It might come right back here, though. Great tackle laid. Excellent stuff.
Pushing the back.
Pushing the back, though. Oh, yeah. And there's the pressure.
He just couldn't quite pull it sideways.
Unfortunate for Montrose because that pressure has been the key part of the game.
Struggling to get up. Looks a bit winded out here. Slow to get up.
Yeah, teammate checking if he's okay. And this is
a decent hit.
It was.
You don't want to run into Ty Galbraith.
Yeah, he's a big man.
So Liam Taylor is only played the 3 senior games for the year. He centres the ball. Montrose had that covered in the air, but at ground level, North Ringwood make it an even contest as Braunthal was tackled. Another ball up. So more opportunities present themselves for North Ringwood. It's tapped down. Bit of volleyball. Rice is just going to kick it. It's into the pocket, and no, it was out in the full. So result.
You wanted that mark, didn't you?
So the result's going to be the same, a Montrose ball in the pocket.
So Lord to bring it back into, of course, it was an out of bounds on the full. Was Galbraith has 2 goes at it and marks it. He's had a really solid game, Ty Galbraith, today.
And he's been great earlier, Blake.
Young man, of course. And finds Bo Tennant looking on the back pocket of North Ringwood's attacking 50 right now as we speak. Brad Braden Leach, of course, is played for Coldstream, of course, Montrose as well, and he's coming back to Montrose, of course, a couple of years back. Runs it inside, a little bit of a push, and the advantage is called in Watson. Watson plays on here, gets it inside the forward 50. Montrose got 2 numbers out the back here. Heaps involved, and a tackle laid there by North Ringwood. Another strong tackle, 3 strong tackles by the Saints, and they can get out of this if they really try to. And they try and get it outside the attacking 50. Well done there by North Ringwood. Where's this going to go? Tennant gets there. And a strong tackle. How good was that?
That was fantastic pressure.
Well done by the Saints.
It was just the first effort, the second effort, then the third effort. That's something that Matt Price would just demand, and he'd be delighted with his defenders and players there.
Really good there. That was really good pressure by the North Ringwood defence there. Staples and Watson were out there, but so was this man, Kieran Rice. He's having a fine year for the Saints. Almost there. Joel Tennant picks it up, finds Heat. Heat gets smothered, and that was by Cantwell, of course, wearing the number 10 at the start of the day, and now he's wearing the famous 45 for North Ringwood, because his jumper got ripped off, boys. His jumper got absolutely torn apart.
I would absolutely love to see this sort of back and forth in a grand final.
Oh, it's that sort of pressure.
As Heat gets a snap kick to Staples. Staples gets a hand pass, snapped around the corner by Jenkins, and this is going to go... No, it's going to be kept in. Mackenzie involved, of course, the inclusion for today's game, in North Ringwood again going in attack with Braunthal.
Braunthal takes the mark. He's got the running man going past him. That was good stuff by Dunn. Safe kick. North Ringwood marching forward. That's a long kick towards centre half forward, and the mark's been taken. And of course, the main man, the spearhead, it's Taylor Davidson.
Yeah, well, it's an important passage of play there, and Davidson just knew where to go, so he had the space covered. So really excellent, decision making there. Now he needs to go back and finish off the work.
That's the first time we've really seen him today. 23 goals for the year for Taylor Davidson from 13 games, the former Dramana man. And that was a pretty good kick, and that'll push North Ringwood back in front.
Yeah, look, it's been an excellent game so far, but North Ringwood, they really worked hard in that passage of play to create that opportunity, and they got the result. So, they'd be really delighted, but they could turn, a couple of stoppages there into some attack, and now they've got themselves in front.
Do you feel the next goal is crucial as well, Spiner?
It's crucial in any type of game, like particularly in this one, where it has been pretty free-flowing going from end to end.
Yeah. So we're in 9 minutes in. I wonder what time this scoreboard's going to ring, because if we had a 24-minute quarter, we're 9 minutes in, of course. Flynn involved. Sammy Staples in the ruck, of course, so he'll be in and out with Dirksen for the ruck duties, of course, taking on the big fella in Aidan Begg. Vandermatt coming into the team. Tennant finds Tanzamat. Tanzamat tries to take him on the scoreboard sort of end down here at Crombie Reserve. White gets a hand pass to General down back. LaPlanche still with LaPlanche. Couldn't get it off. The Saints are back. And a snap around the corner and finds Hayden Smith. But it looks like it was touched, I believe, so it's going to be a ball up. Just where the North Ringwood huddle is, where the bench is, of course, on the outer side wing where we are here on the broadcast. Flynn, of course, the VFL listed, of course, for the Northern Bullets. And a mark taken. That was by Mitch Vandermatt coming into the team this week. Played his first game against Norwood, of course, playing for Doncaster and Lilydale. Another strong tackle laid. by Watson. So we've gone 11 minutes into this second quarter. Slow to get up here. It's Kieran Rice. Big crowd as well. Just had a look over there. Plenty of supporters for this game. Beautiful conditions as well. Begg gets a soccerish sort of kick to Hams. And here come the Saints out of the attacking on the outside wing and intercepted by Frith.
So Frith takes the mark again. Another intercept mark to him. He's done well. Handball to Bo Tennant. And Vandermatt again. So he's going to have another look at this one. He's going to go for the corridor. The mark's been taken by Joel Tennant. Feigns the handball off.
Wow.
Feigns the handball to confuse his opponent. Nearly confused himself in the end. Hayden Smith charged up to it. Got the handball away. Galbraith snapped towards the top of the goal square, but playing in front and playing his man well. That's William Waller.
I don't think I've ever seen that candy move.
Oh, it's my brother. He doesn't really do that. So.
I was going to say, I'm sure he's done that to you in the backyard.
Yeah. Come on, Blake. Reach it. Come on, Blake.
White to Mackenzie.
Look at that crowd there in the picture, boys.
Beautiful. And can't blame them for coming out to a day like this at Quamby Reserve.
Plenty of red, white and black. So
O'Donnell's kick down the line. Davidson competed with his man for it, handed it off, and the kick from Sharp. It's been marked by Flynn. Opportunity for the Saints. Top of the goal square, leading out. It was just a little too hot for Patterson, and he's going to see it trickle away. Putting himself in the way, in the way again was Daniel Frith. He just cut off the option for a decent lead out of the goal square.
But I didn't mind what actually Flynn did. He just couldn't. It was hot, as you called it, Jared. The actual intent was okay.
Yeah, the kick was the right decision for certain, but Frith made it hard. Down goes the tap. North Ringwood to try and spare one. Just bounced out of the hands of the North Ringwood man there in Charlie Sizer. He's got one goal for the day.
Point.
And just the 1 point this time. So his kick one goes two.
Actually, I back you in there, Jared. It actually did look promising there.
Yeah, just an errant hand, I think.
Didn't have the bounce
No.
as much. Eels continues for the Demons, and it's on the outer side play. This ball is going to be there. I might read out some scores as well. We don't have Paul today. Usually he does a terrific job in the score centre. CF Croydon 31-14 over Berwick. Mitcham and Blackburn 65 to the Tigers 37, and Rave will lead 21-18 over Doncaster East. So keep those scores posted. We'll be definitely doing that on half time as Jenkins continues there. Hayden Smith involved. Whittle again with Smith again coming from the basin. A short inboard kick to Wyman. Coombs, of course, coming into the team. Can line up and kick a goal. And it's going to go to the right. So it's going to go through for a behind. So it moves to 2-5-17 to North Ringwood 3-1-19. And the crowd let me know. I thought that was a goal.
Yeah.
But 14 minutes and a bit into this second quarter.
Deceptive, the old noise of affirmation there. But they moved the ball really well, Montrose, in that passage of play. It resulted in a very open forward line and a shot that I think Wyman Coombs might have wanted back. So on the outer side, the mark's been taken by North Ringwood from the kick in. They're going to march down the line once more. It's that long kick again that Montrose have been able to, at the very least, nullify on occasion.
Well, it's a forced movement by Montrose, so they want that kick down that line. So they're not giving any access to corridor at the moment for North Ringwood.
Yeah, exactly. So this resulted in a boundary throw-in. And we're going to have a look at Patterson in the ruck against Dirksen this time. Patterson goes up. Dirksen, I think, had the better of it, tapped it down. This will end in another stoppage, however. As wrapped up was Harry Whittle. Back we go. Taken away by Hayden Smith. Bouncing ball into the forward line. It's going to be difficult for anyone to trap it, but O'Donnell did really well in that situation there. Sharing it through hands once more, North Ringwood. Down to the forward line. They took control of the corridor. Now they have an opportunity. The newcomer Hansen was tackled. It's come out now. Oh, the outside of the boot. It didn't quite come off by Brody Howie.
Missed an opportunity.
It it was disappointing for North Ringwood because they reacted really quickly.
It was such a good build up there, Jared, and it deserved better. It deserved a better finish.
So Lord puts the Demons back into the attack, finds his teammate in Heap. Heap plays on. And a push there. That was going to go to Montrose there in Ty Galbraith. What a game he's having. Finds Jenkins. He's having another solid game.
Well, it's the uncontested marks here that are really becoming a problem here for North Ringwood. They've got to be alert to this.
And a push there by Tans Matt, yep, and that's going to be called, and it's going to be a push in the back going to Mackenzie.
You can see that one from a mile away.
And Bryce does a short kick to Flynn. Nothing going on at this stage. And it's a high tackle going to Montrose. Kieran Rice. And it's going to go to Joel Tennant. He's done it again. He's just... I told him off to stop flopping. And anyway, as Eels takes a mark. Actually, that's the one thing I told him during the week. As Eels takes a mark, we're outside the sort 50 here. And look at this tag here. If you can see the camera on Lord and number 13, Patrick Dunn. They didn't want that run, didn't they, Jared and Spider?
No, that was
50 metres.
Oh, no.
And that, who was that against? I couldn't see that. Jared, you're standing up. No, you couldn't.
No, I didn't. I
one?
wasn't paying attention, to be honest.
Was undisciplined.
I don't know. That's the shortest 25-metre free kick I've seen, I reckon.
It's North Ringwood having a bit of a meltdown at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah. So Ears now. Usually he doesn't get the scoreboard enough, but he can definitely kick the Demons third of the day. Plays off the half-back. Eels lines up and kicks Montrose's third of the day. And that moves the score to 3-5-23 to North Ringwood, 3-2-20. We've gone 18 minutes in to this second quarter. The Demons hit back the lead, Spider.
Well, they do. They got it back because of just some undisciplined play. But when Montrose get that uncontested game going and they've got these marks and they can move the ball forward, it just puts so much pressure on North Ringwood to get the ball back. And some undisciplined moments here from North Ringwood. Got to be really switched on for the next 5-10 minutes. This is a really important part of the game. Need to answer really quickly on the scoreboard to get the game back on their terms.
Eels with his first goal of the year. And I don't think we're getting a clearance here. Shepherd's taken to the middle. Dirkson's been wrapped up and dumped. No repercussions, except for a bit of maybe some sore ribs for Dirkson. Patterson in the ruck once more for North Ringwood, trying to work his way around the back of Dirkson that time. Didn't quite work out. Hayden Smith will take the clearance, and a good short option.
That's what we're talking about, these uncontested.
Indeed. So down the ground it was. North Ringwood have the numbers, but the handball was stifled well by Staples. Oh, tackle laid. It wasn't great by Baton Leach in the end, but North Ringwood, they're able to rebound. Sizer just looking for it at ground level. Braunthal was there to help him out, but the boundary line was neither of their friends. So back into play it will be right in front of us. So we'll get a good look at this stoppage. Montrose, of course, lead at 3-5-23 to North Ringwood 3-2-20. We'll be ticking into time on soon in this second quarter. Tracking it, but having to lay the tackle in the end was Braden LaPlanche. And looks like it was a high tackle from Braden, so not careful enough. And Charlie Sides is going to send it forward to the hot spot. Montrose have the numbers, but it's spilt out the back, and this is an open goal. Easy as you like for Liam Taylor.
Yeah.
It was good work by Sizer there. He did the right thing, got the ball in, and then Taylor did the rest and really put the pressure on the Montrose defenders. So that was really good play.
Frith just missed the...
he did, yeah.
Just missed the hands there. He's been so safe all day. But
when you kick it to that spot, Jared, that's the pressure that you do as when you're attacking to your forehand. If you can put the defenders that deep, it makes it really hard to defend.
Yeah, it causes a bit of panic sometimes.
It does, yeah.
Yep, indeed. So North Ringwood get back the lead, 26-23. We've gone 20 minutes in, so into that time on stage, of course. So the quarter, of course. Last quarter we had 24 minutes. The Saints bombing inside their forward 50. They look to and that man Frith again takes an intercept mark. He's having a solid game today for Montrose, of course, a defender.
He's been really good so far in this first half, but that wasn't the kick for the Saints.
Finds LaPlanche on his outside wing, and he's off. He's off to the races. He can bomb it inside the forward 50, and an intercept mark taken there. That was by North Ringwood defender.
Just needed to hold his shape there.
And this is going to go to Wyman Kuhns. He can try and pick it up first with North Ringwood first there in Mackenzie. And it's really strong. This is a very good contest out here, of course.
Well, there's lots of pressure, Blake. There is lots of pressure going on up and down the ground.
Yep. It's a mini elimination final, and only one team can progress through to September, August. Jenkins gets it on the boot to White, but Wyman Kuhns is involved. Stuff around the corner, and I think he's got it. The goal umpire will let us know.
He's hit the post.
And it's hit the post. And it's going to go through for a behind. Geez, all the Montrose crew are down behind the goal, so every time it looks like it's going to go for a goal, but it's not. So 3-6-24 to North Ringwood 4-2-26, 22 minutes into this second quarter.
Really trying to influence the decision down there, the Trove supporters. Cantwell keeps it low. Braunthal was an excellent option. They're now going to take command through the corridor in North Ringwood this time. Over to Dunn. And inside the forward line, the mark's been taken by Liam Taylor. Just kicked that goal before. Hard up against the boundary line. North Ringwood, quick as a flash. They've got an opportunity, a goal here. And it's in the hands of, I want to say, Brodie Howie.
Once again by Taylor, that was just really sized up his option and hit his target. And that's what you've got to do when you're going to chain up like that. Cantwell to Taylor down the ground. That's exactly what you're going to do when you go into your 50.
Harry Flynn, in fact, so my apologies. He's kicked 8 goals for the year. Hasn't kicked one just yet today. Well, the noise didn't affirm much for me, but the celebrations do. Harry Flynn's put it home.
So quiet.
Well, the thing was, they were just
like everyone left the ground.
Confused.
Well, it is the president's function across in the clubby. So
there's still 1,000 people out on the ground, though.
Get out and watch your team win. Your team's up by 8 points.
And Flynn's been really good in this early part of the game too. He's had some real influential moments.
Yeah, so North Ringwood get a set break, I would say, and use it by tennis. Things there as well. Don't really.
I was about to say any sports you don't play.
But it's been some really good patches of play by guys like Cantwell, Taylor, and Flynn.
And Smith gets a kick on the cricket pitch, and he gets it inside the forward 50. Tanzer Matt will get there, but also will get there will be number 28 in William Waller. Matt tries to, but Flint picks it up, just kicked the last goal, and a lovely kick finds his teammate. The Saints are trying to slow things down. Finds Bryce. He's having a really solid game for the Saints. And a mark taken, that was by Patrick Dunn. And the Saints could be out if they can just find a target inside 50, and it's going to go through from behind, and it's going to go to the left. That moves the score to 5-3-33 to Montrose, 3-6-24, 24 minutes into the second quarter. So we won't get an early siren, that's for sure.
No, the siren won't be going, but they've got all the momentum, North Ringwood at the moment. Montrose really need to make the next 5 minutes count.
Opportunity gone begging for the young man Hansen for his first goal.
Hayden Smith's been really good for Montrose.
Been a good pickup.
Absolutely. So back into play. Bo Tennant infringed upon pretty clearly. So he'll take the free kick. Quite clumsy stuff there by James Leach. But Bo Tennant, the short kick, barely 15. Brad Batten-Leach takes the mark, the former Coldstream man. Now North Ringwood, I think this is the first time they've really cornered Montrose a little bit, but they're just going to kick it down the line. And the mark's been taken by Van Unen on the wing.
Yeah, kick to a contest there.
So North Ringwood to relaunch an attack. Where will this go? Van Unen, you'd expect him to make the right decision, the veteran, but mark wasn't completed by Patrick Dunn. Out of bounds. And we'll get another throw in. We do have a 9-point lead here in this all-important clash at Quambie Reserve. That 9-point lead is to North Ringwood. We are very much in the shadows of half-time. Aidan Begg comes out, taps it down to Flynn. Sees a man he liked. The handball didn't actually get to him, though. And Heap was able to intercede. He ended up tackled.
Begg doesn't seem to have spent as much time in the ruck this quarter.
Yeah, it's been him and Patterson, Spider.
Yeah,
I think.
Patterson's probably done the majority of it.
Yeah.
Flynn with a good clearance. Took territory, but the marking contest ended up in a spoil over the boundary line.
Good point there that you mentioned, Spider.
But it's important, though, too,
Yeah.
Blake, because if you get it down to Begg in the 4-on-1 out, like, he's just such an imposing figure.
So back into play. Begg wrestling. Gets the tap down. Tapped again by Smith, but it's come to Van Unen. Handball out was a good option. It came to... That was Cantwell, but
out in the full.
Out in the full as he was looking for Hansen, and Big Bo Tennant will bring this one in. So we've got, as I said, 9-point lead to North Ringwood. Bo Tennant looking for options. Might be a little hot out there. They might be flagging in terms of stamina at the late stages of the second quarter. But Montrose, look, they've got decent head of steam up as Tanzamat. Well, he kicked it to the corridor, cut off immediately, down by Mackenzie. And this could be really punishing. It's gone to Flynn, and now North Ringwood chain it up through handballs. Low kick inside forward 50, but right on the siren, Daniel Frith takes another intercept mark. So it's half-time here at Quambie Reserve. North Ringwood lead by 9 points. They're 5-3-33 to Montrose 3-6-24. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for the Eastland match of the round. We'll be back with a halftime show right after this break.
Opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. It's the mini elimination final played down here at Quamby Reserve. It's the Saints North Ringwood 5-3-33 to Montrose 3-6-24. Halftime show here. My name's Blake Tennant, joined by our two boundary reporters in Chris Cordes and Ryan Long. Boys, welcome to halftime.
Thank you, Blake. Entertaining first half. A bit of a low-scoring battle, but the pressure's been there for both sides, particularly North Ringwood in that second quarter, I think, started to get on top a little bit. But Kieran Rice, guys like that are really having their influence early. Montrose, you'd say, probably prior to this second half of that second quarter, probably had more control. Just didn't take the most of their opportunities, where North Ringwood have been a little bit more efficient when they've gone their forward half.
Chris, how have you seen the first half so far?
I've really liked it so far because it's not just been either side have had an awful lot of momentum at any point. I think it's been a very, not so much a cagey affair, but both teams are definitely up to it today. There's a lot of pressure out there, a lot of tackles flying in, and I think it's been really, really interesting, not just from an effort point of view, but also from a tactical point of view. I mentioned on the boundary line before, Greg Lord started off getting tagged, and then North Ringwood moved away from that, and it seemed like the Saints somewhat started to get the upper hand when they decided that instead of just sending one man to Lord, who was setting up as a spare man at halfback, to rather get him around the footy. And I think it's worked well, so it's been really interesting from my point so far.
Yeah, indeed. And, I think me and Spider were having that conversation as well. Like, it's been an uncontested game versus a stoppage sort of game. Do you guys feel that way as well? Because I know Montrose, they've been a very uncontested sort of team, where North Ringwood, they love to have a stoppage. Do you feel that way? How have you guys seen that?
Yeah, and I think if it does lean towards more stoppages in the second half, that does suit North Ringwood. That's obviously a big strength of theirs, and with that midfield group as well. I think if they can get on top, particularly in this third quarter, they've got, what is it now? It's only 9 points, but it does feel like it could be a game where 10 goals could win you it. So if they do get a bit of a 3 to 4 gap in this third quarter, that's going to really put the pressure on Montrose going into the last term. But just being out there on ground level and
how are the conditions?
Conditions perfect. Not much wind, so certainly no complaints there. It would be warm running around in the sun, but that will start to die down in the second half once the sun goes away. But just sensed a little bit of frustration down at the Montrose huddle. Taj Heap brought him in at quarter time before they went to the coaches, addressed the group, was showing certainly his leadership, and then they stayed out in the group as a playing group first before speaking to the coaches right at half time before coming into the room. So they sense that the game is certainly just not necessarily out of control, but just starting to slip away a little bit. So they've got
work to do.
A bit of work to do, and they've just got to reset and get the first one or two of this third term.
All right, I might read out some scores. That was the key takeaways from this game. So South Croydon, 10-point winners over Berwick. Blackburn, now this is a big one, 97 to 55. It's the second quarter. So there you go.
Wow, that's a
Roeville 41 to Doncaster East 25. Vermont lead 28 to East Ringwood 24. Noble Park, now this is a big one, boys.
Wow.
50 to 36 over Ball and Noble Park. So that's a big one. All results have gone the way, except for a couple of people tipping Montrose, but the results have gone the way, of course. South Belgrave 49, Mirrabah 16, Boronia 81 to Norwood 29. Beaconsfield 91 to Bayswater 10.
Just before you move on to Div 2 and load that page up, that is interesting that both Beaconsfield and Boronia are trying to build the percentage and who can get there more, because it might come down to that.
Yeah, I haven't got a score of the Heathmont Lilydale, but it was the Jets 44 to 1 at quarter time. Croydon and Ringwood 36 to Croydon 28, and Templestowe 47 to Eastfield 15. Mulgrave 65 to 51 over Montana South. I did tip that. I don't know about you guys, but I tipped that one. Waverley Blues 35 to Surrey Park 25.
Up the Blues. That hasn't been updated in a while though.
Has it? No,
it's 16 minutes, I think, was the last update. I've been checking up on it, but hoping Waverley Blues can stay true.
The Basin 54 to Oakley District 28. Donvale 40 to 34. This is third division. My phone just had a little glitch there. Ferntree Gully 39 to Fair Park 29. Coldstream 29 to Sylvan 20, so 0 and 9 on the road, on the cards there. God. Now this is a big one, boys. Upper Gully 52 to Scoresby 30. So that's probably Upper Gully's biggest win of the year, I would say. If this
just before you move on to Div 4 again, with the context of that ladder, if Upper Gully hold that and lead in the second half, Knox lose to Donvale, they will earn the double chance and play Scoresby next week again.
There you go. So, Croydon North v Forest Hill. No scores on live, but I do have a half-time score for Croydon North Hemlock 80 to Forest Hill 39. Kilsyth Churnside, I was just down there a couple of hours ago. Kilsyth 34 to Churnside 51. Warrandyte 60 to Whitehorse 41. I did tip Warrandyte. Don't know where you guys went on that one.
Now that was just quickly, mate. That's a 46-point haul from Warrandyte in the second term in that one.
Yeah, big turnaround.
So I've done another tip there. Could be winning the tipping comp. All right, just quickly tips.
One more for you, Blake. Kate's down at HE Parker.
Oh yes, I forgot about the women's finals.
Yeah,
yes.
women's finals. Premier Division semi-final 2, South Belgrave over South Croydon at half-time, 4-3-27 to 1-4-10 at the moment.
So if they do hold on there, South Belgrave, that means South Croydon will play Park Orchards in the preliminary final next week out at HE Parker.
Is that the only games for this Saturday, or is there more?
Richmond also play St Kilda.
No one cares.
Are we still in front?
7-10, 52 to 8-8, 56, 4 minutes left.
Saints are winning at the moment. So, boys, just quickly, do you see Montrose winning from here, or are you still going to back in the Saints in North Ringwood?
I tipped Montrose at the start of the afternoon, so I won't go away from the tip. I think they can still, they're certainly in this game. Just got to start converting a little bit smarter going forward inside 50. But I will say North Ringwood do have a real opportunity to build a bit of a buffer on the scoreboard in the first 10 minutes.
Chris? I think North Ringwood have been very impressive in this one so far, but just Montrose, they've just been inaccurate. I don't see them being inaccurate all day in these conditions, so I'll back the Demons to stay true.
All right, that will do it for the halftime show presented by Eastland. That will do us for now. We'll be back for second half action straight after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprain your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Quamby Reserve. This Division 1 clash is heating up. Thank you very much for the boys on the halftime show. But currently, we'll be coming into the third quarter very soon. North Ringwood 5-3-33. Montrose 3-6-24. Blake, thanks for the halftime show. And we'll also be welcoming back Matt Spider-Lee in just a couple of moments for a bit of analysis on this game and to see how either team can just wrestle this game into their favour, because neither team have had it all their own way, and North Ringwood, well, they have the lead, but it's more that they've made the most of their opportunities. Spider, how have you seen this one?
Yeah, thanks for the pie and Pepsi too, Jared.
No worries.
You did the good team thing, going and doing the duties, but no, well done. No, look, the first half was really impressive from both sides. Like, really felt that they both had momentum, but more importantly, I thought that North Ringwood, particularly in the second term, in the back end, took control of the game. They really started to get their hands on the ball and get use of the corridor and get the game on their terms. And Montrose, when they do get that uncontested mark and kicking game, they really do question North Ringwood and challenge them. So that is the big part of the game that is going to be really decisive. Can they, get the ball into their forline enough, Montrose, and can they score, and can they get accurate score? They've had their chances and they've squandered them on a few occasions. So now, really, in this third term, they need to really get back to dominating the game like they did at clearance and contest, particularly in the early part of the game. So guys like Watson, etc., Smith, who's been really good, need to get busy in this third term.
Just to recap the goal kickers for those wondering, 5 for North Ringwood, all singles, Pat Dunn, Liam Taylor, Taylor Davidson, Harry Flynn and Charlie Sizer, whereas for Montrose, again, all singles, Bailey White, Ty Galbraith and Jordan Eels. Blake, who do you think for Montrose needs to step up a little bit to get them back into this game, back into a lead and perhaps the victory?
Well, it has to come from, the ball users in the inside, defensive line. Tennant, Eels, Lord's getting heavily tagged, as you mentioned.
Well, he didn't have as much influence in the second term, though, Blake, did he? He sort of was taken out of the game there. That was really important. Leach was really wearing him like a glove.
Yeah, he's definitely one to look out for as well. So the Demons got a lot to work for. As I said before I talked about this game, the midfield battle is so crucial at the moment. And the Saints, again, the use, Kieran Rice, Begg, he's been in and out of the ruck, but when he's in there, he's been really rock solid as well. So,
well, he's just creates such a presence. But I actually think Patterson's done pretty well. I mean, he's competed really, well as to be able to halve the contest. And it's going to be an important battle, particularly if Begg can get his hands on the ball in the early part of this game. We're in for a really good contest.
You're not wrong, Spider. And the umpire holds the ball aloft to start the second half. Blake Tennant will take us away.
So Dirksen and Begg. Begg gets a hit out going forward for the Saints. He's having a really big say on this game. There's Eels. Tries to find Greg Lord. There you go. Playing down the forward line. Flynn gets it. Tanzamat involved. A little bit of a strong hold there. Nothing called. Of course, third quarter action. If you just joined us, it's North Ringwood 5-3-33 to Montrose 3-6-24. We just started this third quarter as well. Tennant gets smothered off by Bromfield, and he gets it onto the outer side wing there. Dirksen couldn't pick that one up. Frith involved. Gets a kick inside the forward 50, and marking that one was into the side today. Oliver McKenzie takes an intercept mark. Assume he's playing 19s as well. He's coming into Van Newton. A very good 7 for this footy club, and couldn't get the mark was number 25 in Howie. Brody Howie has That one rolls out.
The idea of playing Lord forward is interesting. Might be an attempt to shake the tag or just take Leach into a place that he's not comfortable.
Yep. As Flint gets a fist to Eels. We're on the outer side wing down here in North Ringwood. Cantwell gets a hand pass. Flint gets the ball yet again on the cricket pitch, and now going inside the attacking 50. Bateman gets a hand pass to Eels. Eels snaps around the corner, and a mark taken again by Flynn.
So Flynn is going to go down the middle, short option. Mark taken. This is James Leach. Searching for options. He's a little uncertain. That Montrose defence has ruled the skies down there for the most of the game. They nearly do so again, but it's come out the back. Patterson's going to have to fight for it, but first to it was Hams, and Montrose will escape from defence once more. Mark taken on the outer side, looking to work forward. A bit of hesitation there, so down the line it goes over the top. Did he complete the mark? Yes, he did. What a mark by William Waller. He's going to go for the corridor. Rice takes the mark. North Ringwood to launch again. Oh, the leading option. He didn't quite make it to it. To Davidson, wearing him like a glove, was his defender. North Ringwood are able to recover the ball, and the goal's been kicked. And that was excellent work, and it's Rye Cantwell to put it straight through the middle for North Ringwood's first of the quarter.
Well, it just comes from turnover, doesn't it? Simple as that, Jared. They got the ball back, could replicate the 50, and then in the end they were able to get that goal. Really important start to get a goal right at the early part of the third term. Really puts Montrose on the under pressure now.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Spider. That's a big blow for Montrose for that one. Cantwell.
And when you consider they were trying to clear the ball out of their defensive area of the ground just moments ago, and it was just they didn't pick the right option there.
Thank you, Matt Spider-Lee. Special comments today. Doing a terrific job with the mark taken. That was by Brodie Howie. Howie can get inside the forward 50, inside North Ringwood's attacking 50. Rice can swoop it up, but Bateman gets a hand pass to Gardell. Gardell bombs it to where the North Ringwood dugout is, and that's going to be a throw in.
It's a win there.
Yeah. So we're on the scoreboard end down here at Hornby Reserve. Dirksen and Berg involved. Harry Flynn gets it outside, and guess who that player is? And Cantwell kicked the last goal for the Saints, and another strong tackle laid, and it's again going to be another ball up.
Such a damaging player, isn't he, Cantwell? That goal, that was just simply brilliant.
Well, I think Matt Price said it for the Baronia game. He's going to be one to watch out for, and potentially even team of the year. That's going to come up in a couple of weeks as well. Tom Stubbs now marks this one. Slowing things down, trying to find a really good target for the Saints. And out the back is Rice. Tries to do a karate sort of kick there, but couldn't get out, and it's going to be through for a rush behind or hit the post, really. Moves the score to North Ringwood, 6-4-40 to Montrose, 3-6-24. Jared.
Riley Hams brought it back in. Vandermatt takes the mark. Sorry, this is Eels, in fact. Eels. Now, Montrose, once again, pushed up against that outer side, just having to figure this one out.
But it's good pressure by the Saints. They're forcing...
This time it's gone straight up the middle into the corridor. Montrose were able to recover it. Now, Birra Wyman is going to have to control this ball well. He's got Waller for company. Boundary line beats them both. Asking for deliberate as Waller, but no.
But Montrose there, I suppose they're trying to look at what angles they can change up. Not be predictable. If you're predictable in this game, get it brought undone.
Absolutely. So that corridor option was really good. Even if the kick didn't actually end up in a mark, it got them an inside 50. Back into play. Staples wrestles with Begg. Locking horns. The umpire breaks them up. 40-24, 16-point lead to North Ringwood in the ascendancy in this third quarter early on. Begg got the handball away. but it's going to come back. Baton Leach is just going to have a pot shot at goal, no, top of the goal square, and coming over the top and taking a really strong mark was William Waller, starting to work his way into the game. On the outer side, it goes to Sharp, just picking his options wisely, kicks it down the line once more, over the top, no mark taken. Good effort by Kieran Rice, but will end up wrapped up. 6.5 minutes gone in the third quarter. Montrose and North Ringwood fighting for the lives of their seasons. So taken away by Watson. And now over the top, goes Staples, but it was his teammate that took the mark instead. So wheeling round onto the right and picking an option. Didn't quite work out for Montrose. Oh, he took too long, did Waller. Did manage to get the handball away somehow. Now Mackenzie, he found Dunn. And onto the outer side. Oh, it pitched well for Braunthal. It looked like it was going to go out, but a lucky bounce favoured North Ringwood. Down the line they go once more with a kick. Mark's been taken. This is James Leach. Hands it off back to Braunthal, who's been released for this one. Into the pocket. No mark taken. Bateman wrapped up. North Ringwood get a stoppage inside 50.
That's exactly what they want in this circumstance here, the Saints. Forward stoppage. Good opportunity to create a score here.
So up we go. Davidson juggled it. Now Flynn onto the left, centering ball. Patterson has to work for it. Taps it to his teammate's advantage. This is Hansen, the debutant. Wheels around onto the right. He's going to do the team thing. Set it to the hot spot. Rice was bumped out of it. Montrose numbers all there. Braunthal nearly first to it though. Had to challenge a Montrose player at ground level. In goes Taj Heap. Just burrowing underneath Davidson for it. He got the handball out just, and Heap ended up laying the tackle, but it was too high. Excellent contest by both teams in that situation. Just a clumsy tackle for Taj Heap, and things come undone for the Demons.
Right, Cantwell here.
Ryan Campbell's already kicked the one goal this quarter. He's such a dynamic player. Runs it through the corridor, runs it off the half-back line. And he can score as well, this man. He's kicked 9 goals, now 10 goals for the year. Former Richmond Fell player as well. And you can see why he was on a list in a higher grade, because he can kick goals like that. And he can put his team 22 points up.
Well, that's a sort of class, isn't it, Jared? I mean, the reality was it was just a clumsy tackle there, and it was just one of those ones that the tackle had to be better, and it was just a bit of over-enthusiasm, and in the end it resulted in a free kick. So that's not what Montrose wanted, but now North Ringwood have really got a buffer in this game. They have the momentum, so this is real danger time for the Demons here. Need to respond.
We'll see how it ends up. Blake will take this one away from the bounce.
Could cost Montrose in that one. Begg gets another hit out. Flynn involved. He's having a really solid day for these Saints. Derrickson, strong tackle. Jenkins gets a boot on the ball here. And a mark intercepted, taken by North Ringwood. Rice involved. He plays on, gets a kick immediately. And hands again. Intercepted, and the Saints are just all over this forward line at this stage. Done for the Saints.
Well, they're picking the right options here, Blake.
Yeah, taking their time in the kicks, and the intercept mark taken, that was by number 31 there, and Charlie Sizer. Of course, coming from Warrandyte. Gardo involved, actually holding the ball, it is. And advantage is taken, and Rice is off to the races. He can take a couple bounces. He can, that is not good. He's made an absolute meal out of that one. And it's going to go out of bounds on the full. Free kick. No. Free kick involved.
Oh, it must be for the
downfield
tackle.
Yeah, downfield. I reckon downfield. He did put him down.
Yeah, well, it was late earlier. I think I'd have to agree there. It did look late, and the umpire did signal it. So.
Stuff around the corner, and that is another made out of he made an absolute meal of that one. So 2.
That's a let off.
Yeah, that's 2 for the Saints. moves the score to 7-4-46. The Saints
just dominating clearance, contested ball here.
To Montrose, 3-6-24. 11 minutes into this third quarter, the premiership quarter, as you say. And the winner, of course, will be making the finals, but for the loser, and it's looking like Montrose at this stage. Intercept mark taken by Van Neunen. Finds Flynn, gives it to Rice. Rice just getting on the accelerator there, couldn't do that. Hands, bombs it inside the forward 50, finds White. He's got time here. Where would this sit? And it might go through to White Coons. And I think that's through. It is, and it's a goal. And it's going to go to Montrose, and it's 4-6-30 to North Ringwood, 7-4-46. They're just hanging around, Montrose.
Is that the start of something? That was a good chain. They got the ball moving, and off this in one sense, of practically nothing, wasn't it, Jared? In the end, it was just a turnover, half sort of baked kick. In the end, they were able to turn it into a score. But that's the sort of thing that Montrose have got to do if they're going to be in this game. They've got to take the ascendancy, got to take the initiative and really punish on turnover when they get the chance.
That is exactly right, Spider. And North Ringwood, they can falter under pressure, their defence, if the ball's being moved too fast into that defensive line.
And it's just when they're trying to replicate that 50 entry where they sometimes can bring it undone.
Exactly. So Begg up in the ruck, taps it down. Rice was the target. Sizer there as well, been moved into the middle, wrapped up by LaPlanche.
Gary Ayres, what are you thinking now? Is there another move that he can make?
Staples with the tap. This time Eels wrapped up.
To swing the game their way.
The next goal is crucial, I think, for not only just Montrose, but for both teams.
Oh, definitely. Jenkins, in fact, it was. Now Begg just takes it out of the ruck, kicks it towards the wing, bouncing ball. Very slowly. Braunthal will take advantage of that. No. Bustled off the ball, but have backup. So over the boundary line it goes. Thank you very much to James Leach, says Braunthal, because you saved me from a sticky situation.
Ward just needs to get involved in this game.
He's just getting tagged, Spider. So
what are you doing if you're Gary Ayres? How are you going to try and get him into this game?
Maybe on the mid, get him on the wing or midfield.
Staples tried to take it away there. Looks like it's going to be another ball up. So pressure around the stoppages is not relenting from either team just yet throughout the game. Back we go. Begg once more trying to take it out of the ruck, but Staples was wise to that one. Wrapped him up. So a bit of a lull in proceedings as we're seeing consecutive stoppages. Rice just tried to burst through, tackled by two. Montrose now ability to pounce. Eels, he just didn't quite get to it before his opponent. Sizer now receives the handball on the outer side. Braunthal, a lot of space to work into, and that space was closed down immediately.
Brilliant.
Daniel Frith once more. Oh no, it was a clumsy tackle once more. And they've done this a couple times of Montrose, given away those high tackle free kicks.
Yeah, it was high.
What was it high? To me, it looked like he got him under the armpit, but it threw his head and arm back.
Yeah, either way, I think Braunthal sort of lowered the legs. As
It felt like he dropped.
Yeah.
But Jackson Braunthal, he won't be complaining about that situation, and he's going to back himself. I mean, there's a chance that he'll kick it to the top of the goal square. It's a very straight kick, good looking. Didn't quite squeeze through for the goal, however. I think he had every right to back himself, though, because he had the distance. But North Ringwood now moved to 7-5-47, Montrose 4-6-30. That would have been very deflating for the Demons, wouldn't it, Blake?
It would have been if that went through. We're after the next goal, Montrose. And it's a high tackle. And the supporters...
That's definitely high. You couldn't disagree with that.
You can hear it in the FX mark. Bit of language in the crowd. It's a feeling for this one. It's an elimination final as Rice gets it inside the forward 50 and finds.
That was nice. That was very nice.
That was just really common sense footy, and he hit his teammate up perfectly there. It's a good player, Rice.
Mitchell Hansen can line up and kick the Saints' 8th of the day.
They are just so polished by hand and foot, North Ringwood. Very well balanced.
So lines up is Hanson, can kick the Saints 8 for the day. And the kick would tell us, the crowd will let us know, and that's a goal. And the Saints, well, they look like they're going to be marching in, boys, because the scoreboard reads 8-5-53 to Montrose 4-6-30. We've gone 16 and a half minutes into this third quarter.
They just have all the answers at the moment, North Ringwood. Every time there's a contest, there's a clearance, there's a ground ball that needs to be won, they're simply winning it, and they're doing it with numbers. With their numbers, they're running harder, they're working a lot more diligently. Montrose have got to lift their work rate around stoppage and around the contest.
And that was first goal there for Mitchell Hansen on debut. That's exactly what he would have been hoping for. Good job to the lad.
Yeah, he's been good.
Back into the centre. What will Montrose be able to generate from here? It looks like it was in the back, so Montrose will get the clearance. In the hands now of Watson. He's got to make something happen. Well, over the back it wasn't great because it only hit up North Ringwood players, and they'll share it through hands. Escape from defence. Braunthal the target. Good mark overhead for a real small man. Gets it off. This is Cantwell. Gee, he could have a sighter from here. He looks like he's loaded up, but the mark nearly taken. Patterson overawed by his opponent. And just the one behind. Montrose to bring it back in from here.
So Eels, this is getting really, the pressure from the Saints is really lifting here. The crowd behind the goals are letting them know. Gardile takes a mark. It's been pretty solid down back for Montrose. Tennants in both finds it. Eels man-to-Matt gets a hand pass to his teammate in Tanzmat, and that's a big bump.
Yeah, that looks like it hurt.
And could
you had to earn that.
Could get a, no, is it just a free kick going to Tanzmat? Bumped it in forward, mark taken. Some things down are the Saints. They're doing terrific. It's just in their favour at this stage here.
They're pushing back.
An intercept mark taken by Frith. Just playing in North Ringwood's hands at this stage of this third quarter, the premiership quarter, of course. Mark taken by White. Eels takes it, mark again. He bumps it inside 50, but it's a 2-on-1 and a mark taken again.
That's
that
just
was
not
by
the kick,
Riley
is it?
White.
It's not the kick.
White goes to the centre, finds Van Unen. The Saints just got all the numbers here. There's so many red, white and black numbers. Lord picks it up. LaPlanche involved, gets the kick. White got all the numbers out the back. He's got Bannon Leach if he wants him. He finds Watson. Hand passes away to Wyman Cumes. Touch heat, and that's going to be a high tackle. It was there. And it's going to be a high tackle going to Taj Heap here, just on an angle of the forward 50 of Montrose here.
Yeah, this is a really important part of the game.
Got to kick this.
Yeah, this is must kick.
So Taj Heap, kick Montrose's biff and just keep him in distance clear now. He lines up and he's got it. He's kicked the goal and the Demons are slowly coming back. 5-6-36 to North Ringwood, 8-6-54. We're going 20 minutes in, so the time on stage on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They're just hanging in there.
Well,
but
it was against the flow of play there, so to be able to generate that ball movement, to get that ball in, and then to create a shot at goal, really important. But it's got to get them going somehow. We talk about contest and clearance so much, but they've got to win more of it. They're not winning enough of the ground balls at the moment, Montrose.
Despite the goal there, it just feels like the pressure's dropped off from Montrose throughout this quarter, but we'll see if they're able to ramp it back up. Patterson from the ruck contest got a handball out to Sharp, dodged one way and another, back to Patterson, who found himself in some space trying to look for the corridor. Dangerous kick, but Van Union, he knew what was going on, had to pass it out into space. However, Watson tackled by Van Union, clearly high, I thought. Yep, indeed it was, says the umpire. So Brad Watson's going to hand it off to Eels. He had an inside 50, which wasn't great earlier. He's got more options down there this time. And the mark, oh, not quite taken. Handed off now, Mackenzie. And North Ringwood, it's through the safe hands of Tom Stubbs. Kicks it to a 2-on-1 situation off the hands of Shepherd. That was Waller, in fact, passing it around. Sorry, it wasn't Waller, it was Hansen. Hansen's there again. But a free kick's been picked out, and it's going to go to Brad Batten-Leach. Looking for the corridor. Mark taken.
He's got some options here.
He does indeed. So, North Ringwood are able to break it up. Real good pressure there by Patrick Dunn. And now Braunthal on the outer side as he loves to be. Just kicks it sort of to himself. Overcooked it and over the boundary line.
Just didn't want it then, didn't he, Braunthal?
Hard to tell what his intention was with that, but he was under a lot of pressure. So maybe
I think he just was in two minds, Jared.
Yeah. So back into play. In a lot of space is Cantwell. Tries to get it to the corridor, but good reflexes there by Bo Tennant to take the mark. He was right on that Cantwell kick to the corridor. Now tries to kick it onto the wing. Over the top, Van Unen volleyballs it. Sharp is there to gather. Hands it over to Sizer. Confronted immediately though. And over the line. That was good work there by, it looks like it was Hams, Riley Hams, providing good pressure. So they stopped North Ringwood in their tracks. So we've ticked into time on. It's North Ringwood 8-6-54, Montrose 5-6-36. Back into play we go. Tapped by Patterson, Braunthal tackled immediately by Hams. Another ball up.
Defenceman's under so much pressure today, Montrose.
It's held up. It held up well enough in the first quarter.
It did, yeah.
Patterson taps it down. And back over the boundary line. So pretty static play at the moment.
Needs to hold up for another quarter and a bit. But needs to generate something.
18-point lead the way of the Saints. 1 foot in the finals if they're able to win here today in front of the home crowd. Heap tackled immediately. A lot of pressure around this for North Ringwood. Hams, though, he tried to burst through. Nearly did too much, but Smith was there to help out. And now the kick comes from Jenkins. Inside forward 50. Beautiful spot up. And coming out and taking the mark is Galbraith, I believe.
Nah, Wyman Coombs.
Oh, this is Wyman Coombs.
Yep, Vera Wyman Coombs.
So he's kicked the one for the day.
It was a good kick in.
Needs this. This is a big kick here. Just on the verge of three-quarter time here, Jared.
Yeah. This to cut it back to 2 goals and give Montrose a bit of momentum coming into the last quarter. He's kicked 14 goals for the year. From the 7th game he's played.
29 in the 19s too.
He's been an excellent contributor to the Demons senior lineup as he's come in, but just faded that one to the left. And North Ringwood, they breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. They wouldn't have wanted Montrose to get 2 in a row.
Yeah, they've got to lock the ball into their full line here, Montrose.
There's Riley White. We needed that one, didn't Montrose. They're just going to slow things down now, the Saints. And Jason Sharp finds his teammate, number 26 there, and James Leach doing an amazing job on Greg Lord, as Jared and Spot have been saying. As he gets it inside to the centre of Quamby Reserve. Smith involved, Lord as well. Smith gets a kick. 1-on-1 to Wyman Kuhns. Big jump there, but Wiley Wright involved yet again. Shepherd involved. No, Stubbs, sorry. LaPlanche gets it on his boot. A little bit of a push, and it might be out of bounds on the full. Yeah, I think it will be. So it's going to be out of bounds on the full for this, and the moves to score to 8-6-54. North Ringwood to Montrose 5-7-37. 25 minutes into this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. As Mackenzie can resume play. Gets the kick. Baden Leach involved with Lord near him. Rice again, he's having a tremendous game. Handballs it out to O'Donnell. Strong tackle there, that was by Baden Leach. And it will be holding the ball. It's going to go to Montrose. They need to get moving. They want a goal on the verge of three-quarter time. And then it's a mark taken. That was by Rice.
Just a wasted kick there.
And not a great kick. And he let his frustrations know there was Rice. Brumfull involved, gets a hand pass. Gardo involved again. Charles Tennant gets a kick there. That was to Watson. Watson finds Lord. And is he going to back himself here, Greg Lord?
Good build up here.
No, he's not. He's going to find LaPlanche. LaPlanche marks. And just the athleticism that he has there. And so LaPlanche just on an angle sort of here. Still directly sort of in front. And this will be on the
it's gettable and it's a big moment in the game.
This is the big moment in the game. So Braden LaPlanche, are we set for a grandstand finish? Can he line up and kick Montrose a 6 and put the margin back to 11 points? This is a huge kick, boys. This is it. The biggest kick on three-quarter time. Braden LaPlanche from Casey can line up to put the margin back to 11 points. And it's going to the right, and it's going to go through behind, and it's gone to 5-8-38 to North Ringwood, 8-6-54. That is that is three-quarter time down here at Quamby Reserve. North Ringwood leading by 16 points at three-quarter time. We're going to be taking a quick break, and I'll tell you what, boys, this game is not over. We've got a grandstand finish, and it's happening right here on the Eastland Match of the Round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Quamby Reserve for a Division 1 clash that we've been calling a mini elimination final between North Ringwood and Montrose. Currently it's three-quarter time. The Saints are up 8-6-54 to Montrose 5-8-38. We'll get an interview with one of the coaches in a second as they're in the huddles currently, but I'll go through some scores. I'll start with Premier Division. At Edwin Flack Reserve, Berwick are down 5-35 to South Croydon 7-11-53. So the Bulldogs marching on to the finals potentially. Other results pending. Blackburn 18-12-120 to Mitcham 11-1-67. Remarkably accurate, but being snowed in by Blackburn by the looks of it. Rowville with a narrow lead. They're up by 9 points, 61-52. Vermont, they're beating East Ringwood 53-44, so continuing a good run of form. Noble Parker up against Baldwin 63-57. Fascinating clash there at Pat Wright Senior Oval, and the Bull Ring might be up and about if Noble Parker able to get into that one. We'll go into Division 1. Beaconsfield 113, they're up against Bayswater 29, reversing an upset from earlier. Baronia, they're in a race for percentage against Beaconsfield. They're up 108-42 against Norwood. South Belgrave, they're defeating Murrelbach 77-29. We'll look at Division 2, a couple of interesting scores here. I haven't had anything from the LSO between Lilydale and Heathmont just yet, so we'll look out for some scores for that one. Ringwood, they're up against Croydon 51-46. East Burwood,
Boundary.
As we'll go down to the boundary line with Ryan Long.
Yes, I've got Gary Ayres here, the senior coach of the Montrose Football Club. They've thrown everything at you defensively. They've been quite strong, but at the end of the day, it's only 17 points. Still well and truly in it.
Well, it is, and it's 14 scoring shots to 13, so they've been able to outmark our forwards quite often, so of course that then puts them into transition a lot quicker than we would like, and our forwards haven't played smart enough at certain times, and we probably haven't used the ball from our sort of midfield into our front half at times, but the momentum shifted then a little bit, and of course now we just have to take the game on.
And part of your message there at the huddle was just take the game on at every chance. Your handball receives was a bit better that quarter, and really that's the key message going forward. Anything else to you think you might be able to change the momentum in your favour?
Yeah, probably just change the angles and just take a few risks, really.
All the best for the last quarter, Gary.
Thanks very much to Gary and, of course, Ryan down there on the boundary line.
Boundary.
And we'll go to Chris Cordis as well, who is at the North Ringwood huddle.
Thank you, Jared. I'll just jump in here after Ryan. Yeah, main message from the North Ringwood huddle was just they need to be a bit cleaner. They felt like their decision-making let them down a bit there, and they strayed away from their focus for today, but they just need to get back to making some good decisions, be cleaner with the footy, and just start to get their hands on the ball a bit more.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'll just quickly finish off the Division 2 scores. It was Templestowe up 62-32. Mulgrave are beating Wanturna South 78-63, and Surrey Park are up 61-41 against the Waverley Blues. We'll bring you the Div 3 and 4 scores as well as play will continue very shortly. But thoughts, Spider, before we head into this one?
Yeah, look, it was interesting to hear what Ayresy had to say. Like, if they can get those handball receive numbers up in this quarter and get some chains moving and get that transition game going and give their forwards some opportunities here to score, they're well and truly in this game. They've just got to get a better look at it when they go forward. So that's the early challenge, and get this contested ball and those clearances going. They need to get some ground ball.
Aidan Begg with the first tap out. Flynn will get it inside forward 50 immediately for North Ringwood. They're looking very dangerous here as Davidson scores the first goal of the quarter for the Saints. Big one there, as they are going to put a lot of scoreboard pressure on Montrose early with that 9-6-60 to 5-8-38. 20 seconds it took, and Taylor Davidson makes his mark in the final quarter already.
Absolutely, Jared, and the reason it happened was because it was from the source, from the contested ball clearance, great tap down, and then they just moved that ball so quickly and precise into the forline, which allowed Davidson to get on the end of it and then kick that first goal of the quarter. Brilliant play by the Saints. That's exactly what Matt Price wanted. Clean, precise execution of their skills.
As play resumes, good goal there for the Saints. The first goal was very crucial when they got one, did the Saints. This one was a chaos ball, big fly, but the Saints again looking to get back on the attack. They've been pretty solid. Gardo gets a hand pass, two hands, back to Tennant, smothered ball there, that was by Flynn. Plenty of red and blue jumpers, but they're going to see it out, and it's going to be out of bounds for a throw in.
And the thing is, the Saints are not allowing Montrose to have these handball receives because of the exerted intensity and pressure around the ball.
As Dirksen and Begg going into the ruck, Begg just bangs it out of the ruck. And a strong tackle again by Hams. So we're on the, I would say, just outside the corner of the 50 arc down here of the Combi Reserve here. The Saints attacking 50, of course. Snapped around the corner there. That was by Bailey White. And an intercept mark taken again by Riley White. Geez, he's played well. The general down back, he's played pretty solid. He plays on here. And Dirksen involved, but Flynn was also second best, but he got the kick. And the mark taken, that was by Bailey White. So scoreboard reads North Ringwood 9,660 to Montrose 5,838. We've gone 2 and a bit minutes into this final quarter. Need the next goal from Montrose to keep this game alive and their season alive. And he plays on to Dirksen. Takes a chest mark. He's just slowing things down, is Dirksen. He gets it on the boot to Galbraith and to go out of bounds. We get a good look at this, won't we, Jared?
Yeah, we absolutely will.
Prominent position here, front and centre.
Love to see it. So the 22-point lead for North Ringwood. As time goes on, it will look more and more insurmountable for the Demons. Begg disposed of by Dirksen from that ruck contest, but it was wrapped up anyway. Watson was first to it, couldn't shake the tackle.
Watson, Lord, got to get busy.
They absolutely do. There's a little bit of pressure around the stoppage from Montrose. Wrapping up Cantwell. Dirksen got the tap down this time. Now it's Sharp. Here goes Watson. Inside attack, not quite, just ricocheted off through the hands of Lachlan O'Donnell. Played really well.
He's been really good today, O'Donnell.
He has. He's been a very safe pair of hands down back for North Ringwood.
Yeah, runs in the family, the O'Donnells. Gary O'Donnell, champion at the Bombers.
Sharp trying to rove this, manages to find a bit of space. That was classy. North Ringwood now sending it back to the wing. Oh, Baton Leach. I think he marked that. He did. That was pretty excellent there as he was on his back and still juggling the ball.
That was funny.
So Baton Leach kicks it to the contest and the mark's been taken by Bailey White. Searching for options inside forward 50. This is an important attack for Montrose because it could...
He's going to back himself here.
He is, isn't he?
And take his best, gee.
This is an interesting decision here for Bailey White to take it on himself. He's kicked 1 goal for the day. He's kicked 24 for the year. Not quite the best that he's done. 34 goals last year. Bailey White is going to line up. He hits it pretty sweet. It's a high ball to the top of the goal square. Begg was there. He was the most prominent for North Ringwood, but had to lay the tackle in the end and we'll get a ball up. So Montrose, this is dangerous territory. North Ringwood will have to defend well if they're to escape this. Oh, and he does escape it as Liam Taylor slams it into the midfield. Contest now. They're going to have to work hard for it. The D's scooped up by Sizer, trying to find that corridor with a handball. He did well. And Rice was tackled, didn't dispose of it legally, and Montrose will go back into attack. So this is through Luke Jenkins. Launches it towards left half forward. Safe mark taken. Bailey White once again.
So they get someone up here.
Yeah, thinks better of his previous decision to actually take on the responsibility. And a safe pair of hands down back. Oliver McKenzie, North Ringwood to rebound.
So it's not the right option when you're going in like that.
But an intercept mark taken. That was by Bailey Bateman. Goes for a short kick and finds Vera Wyman Coombs. He's going to slow things down. He gets it inside the forward 50. Who's going to fly? Tyrone Galbraith almost marked. White involved. Gets a kick. And Peg just flies at it. and it's going to be another ball up.
Just really lacked some smalls at the fall of the ball too, Montrose, at various times today too, Jared, I think.
So inside the 50 of Montrose's attacking half here. LaPlanche gets the hit out. Another strong tackle.
They just haven't been able to get those crumbs.
2 rucks again, LaPlanche and Begg. 2 players that know where to play football. LaPlanche gets around once, and that's going to be holding the ball, and it's going to go to North Ringwood here for a holding the ball call here.
Quickly, some scores in Division 3, as I promised I'd get to. The Basin 76, Oakley District 57, Donvale 61, Knox 42, Fair Park, Trail, Ferntree Gully 29-39. Big mark by Sizer, not quite taken. We'll return to the play here. Great tackle by Mackenzie, and he's going to hold up the potential rebound from Montrose.
That was really good play by Mackenzie there.
Returning to the Division 3 scores very quickly. Coldstream 50, Sylvan 34. Upper Ferntree Gully up by 3 points over Scoresby. Could be a boil over there for the Kings, 73-70. So back here at the ranch, it was Rice out to Sharp. They're running it through hands. Cantwell was the man. Now we've got Dunn. High ball towards centre half forward. Off hands, gathered well. Sizer now onto the left. Sizes them up. Top of the goal square? No, just floats aimlessly to the left. He's an easy one to punt about.
Did you think about this before the game coming in today?
all natural, Blake. All natural.
I like it. As Eels gets the D's going, his rolling hands. He's just got to run. And as Gary has said, just taking the game on. But an intercept mark taken, that was by Will Vag. Vag gets a kick, finds Sharp and Jason. So Jason Sharp can slow things down for the Saints. He bombs it forward, finds Rice. I think he'll be in the votes today, boys. If we had to do votes today, I think he'll definitely be.
Yeah, he's featuring heavily at the moment.
For the Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. So is Harry Flynn.
Yeah, Flynn's doing great.
You could say he's had a fair season for the Saints. Slowing things down for the Saints, trying to find a good target. I feel like maybe the next goal could get a little bit out of hand for Montrose, and that man Davidson just goes back to Cardo and just let him know about it.
Well, that's what they've done well all day, the Saints. Their ball movement, and they really move it with purpose. And a guy like Davidson, he's just going to ultimately make you pay on the scoreboard.
So Davidson can pretty much, I reckon, put the sealer in this game. This game will be over if he kicks it, and he does. I think that might do it. I think the Saints will be marching into a huge September here. A most improved team. If we can do that, I think they'll have their names on this award. 10-7-67 to Montrose 5-8-38. We've gone 9 minutes, closing in on a 10-minute mark, and I think this game is over for Montrose.
Yeah, look, they've got the game on their terms, the Saints, at the moment, and Montrose just simply can't break the lines to create scoring opportunities for themselves. Just not getting enough of the ball through the middle part of the ground.
Still half a quarter of time to go.
Yeah, long way to go, but they need the next one.
29 points is looking tough.
Also, just remind me of something else, guys, was Tobin Brothers Gold of the Day contender.
Yeah,
I don't think we've really called anything. They've all just been standard goals.
Well, there has been. I mean, we could easily throw that one in because it was more of a team goal. Really. That Davidson one, that was, just sort of one of those.
Well, he's had a few already, hasn't he?
He's had a couple
maybe
of
he just gets it by
Who's
default.
Who was that?
Davidson.
Davidson,
And Cantwell early in the game.
I think that'll be my goal today if you had to pick that one.
Sharp trying to burst his way through the contest. Got it to a teammate, however. Montrose puts a stop on that. Ball still in dispute. Good tackle laid on LaPlanche. In goes Vandermatt again. Tackle by 2. I'll quickly do some Division 4 scores as well.
What's the Kirsoff Churnside Park score, Jared?
Yes, that's 11-11-77. That's Churnside Park to Kilsyth 8-8-56.
So that game still in the banners. balance.
Absolutely. And Warrandyte are up against Whitehorse, 73-61. So 2-goal lead there to the Bloods.
I did tip Warrandyte, just letting you know.
So on the way to a potential finals series are the Bloods.
And I think Mulgrave are winning, you were saying, Jared, as well.
A couple of upsets brewing.
Yeah, but I tipped both of them, so...
Gee, that's going to throw the tipping comp upside down.
Ryan Love will be doing double points when he sees my name pop up. As
You're too far behind already, mate.
I'm only 4 off you. As Brumfield gets it to Sharp and Jason. Oh, he spins down. The candy shop is wide open, and he can bomb it forward for the Saints. Gardo gets tackled. Jeez, I thought the candy shop was open there. It was a little bit open. I mean, it is 4:37 on a Saturday arvo. No one wanted to laugh at that one. Okay, fair enough. Nah, you guys, yep.
That was too much concentration on this game.
As Hams gets it to White. That man Sharp who opened up the candy shop finds Stubbs. And it's going to go out of bounds and be a boundary throw in. Try to make it funny, guys. I know we're concentrated. But
I don't know about the afternoon. Blake, back in my day, we used to go to the lolly shop early in the morning. You see?
Where's Mr. Whippy? Where's that? We had that a couple of weeks ago.
Flynn and
that was Noble Park.
Yeah,
it was.
Flynn and Braunful went hard at that one. Montrose thwarted their attempts. It's come back now, though, through Patterson. Sharp sizes his options up, centres it. Good intercept mark taken by Frith. That's something we saw a lot of in the first half. I think North Ringwood have changed up the way they move the ball into the 50, and it's been less to his advantage. But this time, he cut it off. Now Heap in the middle of the ground. Watson up the corridor. Another attack for Montrose. Where will it end up? At ground level, scooped up. Good pressure by North Ringwood to lay the tackle. The outlet kick Sharp. He's going to have to run after it. He's got 2 for company. Good shepherd laid by LaPlanche. As Riley White's going to line him up from the arc and slot home a big one for Montrose. And they cut the lead back to 4 goals.
Just that shepherd there by LaPlanche, boys. You know, just seen that.
It was good, wasn't it, Blake?
Great shepherd.
Really important part of the
team
passage
footy
play.
first.
Yeah, it was really good. Gary Ayres will be delighted with that. Is that something that can inspire them?
I don't think so, Spider. I'm saying this, I don't think it's up to it. North Ringwood have been really rock solid all game today. They deserve the flowers.
4 goals is possible.
Yeah, probably about another 12 minutes to go based on the other quarter times.
North Ringwood did all the damage in the third quarter.
And the other thing is North Ringwood would have just got just as much chance to get another 2, and that makes it 6 goals they've got to get, doesn't it?
Yeah. So hard to tell here, but is there another story to this game? LaPlanche again can run on from the centre clearance. White's involved, but that man intercepted by the Saints. Number 28 there in William Waller. Have another solid game for the Saints. Finds Brumfield. Can play cricket as well, I've been told, so he's got a cricketing background. Finds his teammate, number 16 there in Patterson, the captain, I believe. I saw him in the coin toss. Rice finds his teammate in number 26 in Leach. And that might be a goal. It is.
And there's one of them.
And that's it. I think that might be it. And I'll tell you what, boys, the Saints will be marching into September. 11-8-74 to Montrose 6-8-44. And we've gone 15 minutes into this fourth quarter.
And that one really started from the single-man defence
in
the goal square.
Well, and I was just going to say that was just the transition and the purpose and the method that they've been using all day, the Saints, their ability to run through the lines, through the corridor of the ground, long direct kick, and in the end that ends up to being a critical goal in this game, and probably, you would say, one of the nails in the coffin for Montrose.
Yeah. They've just done too much, unfortunately.
Bit of a dagger to the heart, that one.
Yeah.
Just to let the ball go out so easily.
Staples to Watson. They've gotten the past couple of centre clearances, have Montrose, but it's come right back this time through Waller once more. Flynn had to dismiss. Smith did well. Shepherd was tackled. Sorry, that was Stubbs tackled. Handed out to the outer side and seen over the line there by Joel Tennant.
It's the old hanging in there, isn't it? You know, how long can you hang in for? But they just haven't been able to hang in for long enough.
Yeah.
30 points the lead in favour of North Ringwood, who've gone 16 and a half minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Umpire to throw this one in. Staples versus Patterson in the ruck. Staples got the tap. LaPlanche tries to break through, but thwarted immediately. Crashing in came Taylor. Smith is doing well at ground level, but didn't have the support. Hansen out to Braunthal. Braunthal immediately tackled by LaPlanche. Smith at it again. Loads up on the left. What is downfield for Montrose? Putting himself in the way was Hansen, but over the top. Excellent mark taken. And it's Bailey White, who's had a couple of shots this quarter.
Goal number 3 there.
Oh, he's kicked it. Oh, I completely missed it. I was watching the replay.
Yeah, he kicked it.
I was watching the replay. That was.
I had to swap the replay back out.
He got up quickly and did it. So
well done, Bailey White. So back to 4 goals.
I think regardless of the result too, Montrose have got to hang their heads high, because even if it still goes down that way, it's probably one of the better games I've seen them play in the last couple of years.
I thought the
overall, I don't know. I haven't seen much of them playing the rest of the year, but
Park Orchard's game was round 2 or 3 that we did.
That was a crazy game.
Yeah.
Look, they have had some good games early in the season, but I think it's just been their inability to be able to transition the ball throughout the course of the day consistently.
It's also the same scoring lineup as the last time these two sides met. It's going to hit that score. Smith spins around, tries to find White again. Will we fly for this one? Couldn't get there. Wyman Coots out the back. Step around the corner. He's got it. And that moves the score to 8-8-56 to North Ringwood. 11-8-74, 18 minutes.
it is not over yet.
Well, the thing is, that was the clearance that they really needed. And once again, they moved the ball there with a bit more purpose, bit of speed on the ball, and long and direct into the four line, and created that four line opportunity.
Boys, that's Liam Taylor, who's down behind play at the moment, so the trainers have gone out to him. But just on what you're saying, Spider, as well, they have evened up in the clearances a bit. That was an area that North Ringwood was certainly on top of. So
that's right.
They have just started to get a little bit more ascendancy there.
And that's what we're, and being able to halve that is so important. And it's just probably disappointing from Gary Ayres' perspective. They haven't been able to do that earlier in the game when they really needed to. When this game was
just when you look back at that contest in the square, sort of in Neela Square there was a whole lot that went up, but Wyman Coombs stayed down. He was down and at the back. He got the reward for effort in thinking to do that.
Yeah, exactly. No, I absolutely agree with you there, Lee. I think it's been a bit of a part of the game, which if they could have just done it for a little bit longer, who knows, they might even be a little bit closer. Look, there's definitely time, but they've got the last couple of clearances.
Good sign for North Ringwood as Liam Taylor is running off the ground, so nothing too dramatic, hopefully, for the Saints on the injury front there, but we will restart play very, very soon, I'm sure, as we go back to the centre, and it's the centre clearances where Montrose is starting to generate this little spark, and it's players like Watson and LaPlanche just starting to stamp their authority on the game. They've got very little time to continue to do that, and Begg in the ruck as well will give North Ringwood first use. Doesn't actually this time. LaPlanche gets the kick away again, but intercepted immediately by Rai Cantwell. So North Ringwood to launch this attack once more and make things difficult. Rice takes the mark at centre half forward. He's going to turn around.
Take all the time he wants.
Exactly. This will make things very difficult for
Davidson
Montrose.
Just stuck back. He wanted the ball, but then he held off.
Yep.
Smart play.
So Kieran Rice, this is. And calls to play on. I can't blame Montrose crowd fretting over this one as Rice lines up. He's just pushed it right. Just the one behind. So he wasn't able to manage his second goal. It would have been his first goal for the game, as Montrose will bring it back in.
Just got to take all the risks now.
Marching out of defence. Death or glory for Montrose at this point. But Flynn manages to snaffle that one, sends it homeward, and another behind. North Ringwood threatening to put Montrose to the sword now.
It's the old saying, they're on the ropes. They just need to be knocked out.
20-point lead to North Ringwood. Montrose trying to generate something from the back line. Brad Batten-Leach takes the mark, gives the handoff. Spearing ball into the middle, was cut off immediately by Rye Cantwell, and he's going to do the same. No, he doesn't take time off the clock, kicks it to Van Noonan. Playing a bit of checkers now. North Ringwood as Davidson. Strong mark overhead. Not much Batten-Leach could have done about that one.
He's just such a powerful player, Davidson, isn't he? He just knows and has that ability to not only run into space, but then to mark so strongly.
2 goals for the quarter. 3 goals for the game. And a total of 26 goals for the year. The former Dramana man, the leading goal kicker for the Saints, kicked a bag of 5 against Moral back in round 11. This won't equal that if he slots it, but it could have put Montrose to bed. It didn't quite. And the pulse of the Montrose Demons remains in this game, just.
Yep, Saints looking supreme here at this stage. Eels does a short inbound kick to Watson. He'll probably be in the votes, I reckon, for Montrose. Don't know where you guys have put him in the sports code. It's up to you guys, but I think this man might be in the votes. Riley White, he's having a really good game for the Saints right now. The general down back. That wasn't a great kick. Might have stolen the vote after that kick.
Pump them up and...
It happens quite a bit, Lee.
Yeah, we know all about that one.
You pump up these people and then they...
Usually it's in front of goal though, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. So, 23 minutes gone in this final quarter. Montrose 8-8-56 to North Ringwood 11-11-77. So, Saints in control at this stage. They look very much like they're going to march into September. First time since 2023, boys, that North Ringwood will be going into a final series. New coach, a couple of key players coming in.
It's not locked in, Blake, even with a win.
Oh, okay, well, that's what everyone was saying with this, but...
There's a chance.
Well, it puts him in a strong position.
So it's like...
certainly better than where they've been before.
It's like a scene of Dumb and Dumber. You're telling me we're a chance?
So the maths is if North Ringwood were to miss, then they'd need to lose to Bayswater and or, depending on percentage, Montrose would have to beat South Belgrave.
Yeah, they just have to beat South Belgrave. But if you've seen South Belgrave's side the last couple of weeks, they've been resting their 2 most important players in Garner and Smith.
Yeah.
But I reckon they'll play a full strength side because they'll have the week off.
Yeah, you
South
think so.
Belgrave. So dangerous times at the moment for Montrose. As Hands gets a kick to Tanzamat. He's got options galore, but he just gave it to the opposition in Rice. Rice gets a kick to Bateman, but Davidson, the big fella involved. Saints again going to that number 13 and Dunn. He's got time, he's got space, he's got it, and it's going to go to the left, and it's through for a behind. Moves the score to 11-12-78 to Montrose 8-8-56. We've gone 24 minutes into this final quarter.
They've had their chances to really put the knockout punch on and ice the game, but with the 4 pretty gettable shots.
With 25 minutes now on the clock, I don't think Montrose have much chance at this point, especially generating an attack from the last line of defence. Mark taken by Frith. Hands it off. Montrose with a kick down the line. Smith nearly offhand. Smith had to tackle.
Well, they've just got so many numbers around the ball here, the Saints. They're just making it really hard for the Demons to be able to move the ball.
22-point lead, of course, to the Saints. Here at Quamby Reserve, Division 1 action.
Whoa.
And the umpire is going to have to call that one back, unfortunately.
Gee, the crowd was on top of it, wasn't it?
I know.
What's that?
Passionate supporter bases.
You get one bad throw and bang.
Well, Watson kicks it down the line. Smith tries to bounce it to himself, wasn't able to do so. Batten-Leach is in there. Hands it straight to Van Noonan. Nothing doing.
26 minutes in. I think we're going to go to 29 just due to what happened with Taylor.
Yeah,
So-
that's true. There will be another couple of minutes in this game due to that. Tackle immediately laid by Brad Watson on that stoppage. North Ringwood 11, 12.
What a rise, though, for the Saints. So they can make finals, of course. Obviously not locked in, but...
Would it be just a good step in the right direction for them? Young group, new coach.
Montrose with another inside 50. North Ringwood able to rove it and send it backwards. Braunful with the mark. Sees an open man, a free man. And it's a man in Montrose colours. It's Daniel Frith.
He was still free.
Sends it into the corridor. Jenkins sends it a little bit wider still. That's where Tanzamad is. And he shoved his men. Stops in the back. There's no way he was getting away with that.
Just frustration, that was.
Yeah.
It was a clear push.
What was this frustration?
He was already, he was already under the ball.
I don't know why he complained.
Well, he misread the flight of the ball, and he knew that he'd gone too far.
Bateman continues. Jenkins on the Montrose and North Ringwood's dugout. Staples has been a bit quiet, in my opinion. He's had a few solid weeks, but today just looks out of it, and that's a spoil. And this North Ringwood side are looking promising.
Oh, they've just been a thoroughly deserved opponent today. That North Ringwood, they've just worked hard for 4 quarters. It's been a really good performance.
Yeah, really good to galvanise this North Ringwood side. Of course, had a couple losses, of course. Had the bye, and to come back in this nick is pretty good. So, well done to North Ringwood. So, Bayswater next week for the Saints. It's a must-win as well, but a must-win for Montrose, of course, next week when they travel down the mountain, as we say, down to South Belgrave. So it's going to be tough. Rice, again, he'll be in I think he's going to get my Sports Car Eastland Player of the Day. Davidson's just going to milk the clock. Everyone, I think the Saints are just wanting this siren to sound by the looks of it.
Oh, for certain.
And mark taken, that was by
yeah.
Mitchell Hansen.
He was.
Can slow things down for the Saints, and that's a great kick to put the Silla and the finals for North Ringwood potentially.
And that's how you slow it down.
Will win this game, and they'll march into next week with a big win potentially on the cards against Bayswater. And they've gone 28 minutes into this 29 minutes into this final quarter. 12-12, 84 to Montrose, 8-8-56. Spider, the Saints are home.
They are home, and you probably can put that one down as a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender as well, because that was the finishing polish to what's been a really good performance for North Ringwood. Hansen's been really good today, and they've iced this game, thoroughly deserved win, and it's been a real workman-like performance by North Ringwood today, by their defenders, their midfields, and finished off by their forwards.
Just a quick one. Ringwood beat Croydon by a goal, and that is siren. And the Saints, they're still a cuffs to making finals. This great North Ringwood side, they win today against Montrose, and they move one step closer to a finals push, and that moves them into, I think they'll probably be 5th place or 6th place, around that mark, but it moves the Saints to 12-12, 84. They victors over Montrose, 8-8-56 in the Eastland match of the day. And the Saints, well, they've just got to keep winning. That's just the sample that they've got to use.
Just too good in the end, Blake. They were, from the outset, you could tell that their intent and their purpose, they were really, numbers around the ball. They ran hard. They used the corridor. They really put pressure on Montrose. They didn't take their chances early, the Demons, and then they paid for it at the other end. So North Ringwood, they'll be really pleased to get that result after the last time that they played at home against Baroni, when they probably felt that they kicked themselves out of it, kicking 9-14. So today, to be able to put that win on the board, big game, so much on the line, thoroughly deserved by Matt Price and his team, and they're delighted just by looking at the players at the moment.
Yeah, we're going to get an interview, I reckon. Who's Brian and Chris going to go to for this interview here?
Probably go for someone like a Rice or a Flynn.
Aidan Begg, Davidson, he'll be in there.
Yeah. There's a number of them you could go to because they're all very good.
You could take the whole team if you want, boys.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here
here we
with
go.
Kieran Rice. Thanks for waiting. Kieran, look, massive result in the context of the season. Big performance from yourself as well. How good does that feel?
Yeah, it feels pretty good knowing that give ourselves the best chance for finals this year. So, yeah, it feels great. So, yeah, it's a good win. Good win.
Yeah, excellent. And you mentioned in the context of finals, with how some of the other results have gone, it's pretty much next week. You win against Bayswater and you're in. What's the preparation become now for such a big and important game like that?
Yeah, I guess it's just same as always. Just trying to put out our best result we can and go from there. So, yeah, exciting week and we'll see how we go. But, yeah, we'll prepare as normal.
Excellent. Best of luck, mate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Kieran Rice. What a game he played.
He was excellent.
Can I just say, I know we're going to do our votes in a quick sec. Will we get a vote, you reckon?
Wait, Blake. We've got
one more.
One more. We've got Oliver McKenzie down here. Mate,
here we go.
Fantastic performance from you. First game, senior debut. How did you see it all play out?
Yeah, I thought they got on top of us pretty early, but we sort of held down the fort a little bit in that first quarter, and then after that got rolling a little bit, played our style of footy. So yeah.
Obviously, Eastern Rangers listed. You played a couple of games in the 19s as well this year, but first game for a senior game, you seem to just fit in right pretty easily. Very solid down back.
Yeah, it's handy when boys around are talking and all experienced boys. I mean, we had a pretty young back line, but a lot of them played a bit of high-level footy, so it was good fun down there.
Absolutely, mate. Good win for the finals chances this year. Go and sing the song and enjoy it, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers, Ryan. I always get a little bit worried when we get a young man to talk to.
What do you think?
I don't have a dump button either, so I know where you're going.
Very mature and educated. That was
good.
We get a few in the finals, that's for sure. But this is a big win, and I've just got a big score just before we get into the song, boys. So the Wanturna South and Mulgrave game was a draw.
Wow.
It was a draw. So Wanturna South came from the clouds and it finished up with a nice draw.
Incredible. I'm shocked at that. That's interesting. I don't think that really does much in terms of the permutations on the ladder. I think Mulgrave were always going to be safe in fourth. Wanturna South pretty safe in second.
Bit of a get-out-of-jail ticket for Wanturna South, probably.
Yeah, that's very true, especially given that they did lose that game against Waverley Blues last week while having so many more scoring shots. They kicked 4 goals, 7 I think it was in that last quarter for Wanturna South to much fewer scoring shots for the Waverley Blues. I can't exactly remember how it played out, but Wani South there, look, maybe faltering a little bit on form going into the final series, but I don't think that's something that we're necessarily too worried about given how consistent they've been throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, it was an interesting result, as was the one we saw here today.
Indeed.
Fantastic result for North Ringwood, and they're going to sing this song with lots of gusto because they know that this is a huge step in the direction of the finals campaign.
So we're stuck on 5 o'clock here, so we might just go through our awards.
Lee, are we doing an ad break or no ad break? Go ad break and then we'll bring it in.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll come back from the ad after this one.
Invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round down here at Combi Reserve, where the Saints have a big win over Montrose. They do have one more game to go. If they win that game, they'll be going into September, of course. So, and they win 12-12-84 to Montrose 8-8-56. My name's Blake Tennant, and we're doing the post show with Jared Beelan, Matt Spiderlee, Chris Gordis, and Ryan Long, and of course LM Media. So we're going to start off with our vote. So we start off with the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. I went Roy Cantwell. I thought his goal just from outside the 50. Anyone else got a case?
Hansen at the end. That was the best goal of the day. It was probably the icing on the cake, especially with the mark and then the finish. I think.
So
yeah, I liked it.
Are we going Hansen?
Yep, I'm happy with Hansen.
On debut.
Debut too.
We'll go Hansen. All right, everyone's happy. All right, sorry, we're going to go our 3-2-1 for the Sportsco best on ground here. So I've gone. So I'm going to go 1-2-3. So we're going to go 1-2-3. I think that's the right way you do it, I guess.
Someone able to tally them up?
No, I've got it here. I've got a pen.
Are we sure about that?
Yes,
Should we give it to someone else?
No, I've got it covered here. I've learned my lesson from last time. So I went one vote to Leach. I thought he did a terrific job on Greg Lord. Shut Lord out of the game, and he's been one of the prime movers for Montrose. So I'm going to go one vote there. I'm going to go 2 votes to Riley White. Really well done. The general down back really held his own down there up against Staples and White and really composed himself. So I'm going to go 2. And my 3 votes, Kieran Rice. Jared Beelan.
So I've gone 3 votes to Kieran Rice as well. I guess I'll do it the other way.
Okay, that's all right.
Jump the gun on that one. Taylor Davidson, I've given 2. Not only 3 goals, but he also just competed so well in the air. He brought it to ground. It was just such an important cog down their forward line that created opportunities. Number 1, I've given Aidan Begg. First use out of the middle. I think he was excellent. And maybe a little bit of a... Sean Dirksen, not Montrose's first pick for rucks, so it gave Begg a lot of latitude, but I think he earned the vote.
So at the moment, Rice leads 6, Ryan, so there you go, doing the maths there. Matt Spiderlee, who have you gone your 3-2-1?
Gone 1 vote. Thought, I'm going to actually, I will go this way. In the end, I'll go 1 vote. I'll go for Harry Flynn.
Yep.
Thought Flynn was really good today. When the game... needed someone to get that contested ball clearances and certainly link-up play. He was very good, very important throughout the game. 2 votes, Aidan Begg. Thought he was terrific in the ruck. Just his dominance, first use, particularly early in the game, really set the game up. Just basically took Dirksen apart. And then 3 votes. I thought this guy was easily the best player on the ground. I thought Rice, the way that he used the ball today, he executed. Just the way that he was able to link up with all the chains and then get the ball into the likes of Davidson, who were able to finish it off. And guys like Hansen as well. Look, I just thought he was superb. I just thought he was clearly the most influential player on the ground.
So there you go. So we've all gone Rice. He's at the leader at the moment with 9 votes. Chris, are you going to go the same, or do you have anyone else the 3 votes here?
Yeah, no, 3 votes. I've gone Kieran Rice as well.
Yep.
For my 2, I went down a bit of a different avenue. I went Patrick Dunn. I thought that, especially in the first half, towards the second quarter as well, when North Ringwood really got their stranglehold on the game, I think it was really influential through the middle there. And then I went Taylor Davidson with the 1.
Yep.
I'll be a little bit different. I've gone 1 to William Waller. I thought he was fantastic. Great set of hands too. I thought he was really, really strong for North Ringwood down back. I'll switch it up. I'll give 2 to Kieran Rice. I'm going to give 3 to Rye Cantwell. I think probably maybe even snuck under the radar a little bit. Kicked a couple of goals when the game was there to be won in the third quarter. It was fantastic all afternoon. I have to switch jumpers, but that didn't bother him. He was just as good as in the 45 as he is in the usual number 10. So 3 to him.
Yep, there you go. So he turned into Michael Jordan with how he changed into the number 45 as well. I had to mention
he'll like that.
Yeah.
No idea who that is.
So Michael Jordan.
Look at him. It's like he's had an aneurysm. I know who it is.
So we might just go through some scores, gentlemen, as well. South Croydon winners, so they're staying alive. They're South Croydon winners, 65-49 over Berwick. Oh, Blackburn.
So just quickly, you did announce that it was Rice.
Yes, Rice. Yes, Rice got the sports go. 3, 6, 9, 12. He got 14. There you go. So, Ryan, there you go. I'm back in the game for you there, mate. So, Blackburn 166 to Mitcham 92. So, big winners. And how about this, boys? Doncaster East, a 4-point win over Roval. So we might get a few angry emojis tonight from our great mate Ray Beard, but that's okay.
That's twice during the year.
Vermont, now this is probably even bigger, boys. Vermont 60 to East Ringwood 52, but the results just keep getting a few upsets. Noble Park have beaten Baldwin 95 to 82. That is a big win for the Bulls there against their old enemy, of course. Now Beaconsfield 106-point winners over Bayswater, 147 to 41. Baronia big winners over Norwood, 150 to 64. You obviously know the scores for this game, of course. South Belgrave 94 to Mirrabah 53. So I think the Saints now, well, we can officially say it, they've locked in the minor premiership. They've probably locked in it from the word go. Haven't got a score between Heapon and Lilydale, but the Jets were up 44 to 1. So I presume, unless a miracle like Ringwood today, they had a big win, 64 to Croydon 58. Templestowe big winners over East Burwood, 78 to East Burwood 35. Inaccurate though, 4-11 for the Rams. Mulgrave,
been a bit of a story of their year.
Mulgrave and Montana South here, a draw, 86 all right now. So it was an 8-point lead at the moment going to Mulgrave at 3/4 time, and the Devils they kicked 3 goals to 2, but it was a draw, of course, down at Mulgrave Reserve. Surrey Park winners 81 to 55. Now let's go to Division 3. Obviously some big results that we've been looking around. So the Basin had a big win, 102 to 58. Donvale doing what Donvale have been doing, 77 to Knox 70. I still don't have a score between Ferntree Gully and Fair Park. That hasn't changed all afternoon. Coldstream beat Sylvan 50 to 35. So the Cats are 0-9 away. That is incredible.
I think that's a bigger thing because they've won that game. Unless Fair Park have smashed Ferntree Gully, they'll be relegated.
And that score not coming through probably says that they didn't win.
Got a full. This one's a big one. Scoresby won. Scoresby have won 76 to 73. I think it was 52 to 29 at halftime, and Scoresby kicked 6 goals to 1 in at 3/4 time to take a lead, and they kicked 1 goal to 2 to win the game by 3 points. So
that makes things interesting. Not necessarily the permutations, because we know now that Donvale and Scoresby will finish 1 and 2. But if Knox or Upper Ferntree Gully come up against one of those teams during the finals, well, it looks like the gap has been closed a little bit because those were both very close results.
And in 4th Division, Croydon North 136 to Forest Hill 48. Churnside Park, big winners 89 to Kilsyth 68. Warrandyte winners over Whitehorse. Big win there for the Bloods, 88 to 61. So that's the scores. We might, anyone else?
One more score, Women's Premier semi-final 2. South Belgrave 8-6-54 over South Croydon 2-5-17.
So it could be a double for South Belgrave this year with the women's and the men's, of course. So could be having the double. We haven't seen the double since probably Boronia, I would say, in 2023. So that's going to keep going. We might start wrapping things up here. Jared, always a pleasure. I think this is here, I don't know how many games we've called, but haven't been in the commentary box, of course, Colin, but it was a pleasure calling all things footy for this game as well.
Yeah, you too, Blake. Always a pleasure to commentate alongside you. It was a really good game. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I hope we brought the excitement to the listeners at home.
Well, I did with the candy shop, Joe. Yeah. No one wanted to go with that one. I was just disappointed. Matt Spider Lee, busy afternoon for you, mate. You had the East Spellwood 25 reunion today, and you've come down to North Ringwood. That's very good from you. I know you would have stayed back. Will you go there tonight down at East Spellwood?
Might head back on the way home. Might have a couple of quiet ones on the journey home. No, look, it was a great day, Blake. It was good to see North Ringwood and Montrose play a high-quality game. North Ringwood a bit too good in the end, but it was also good to see that you can actually call a game of football and not be biased.
Very good.
So you did very well.
He didn't drift off too much. It was good. Very good.
I couldn't, though. I couldn't. That's a sin.
No, you were very good. You hit it very nicely. Well done.
Thanks, Spider. And Chris and Ryan on the boundary. Haven't seen Ryan long on the boundary. And, of course, he picks the best day, of course, which is a bit questionable that he picks the day that's the sunniest to go on the boundary. So, anyway.
Be careful, mate. You'll be spending the rest of the year on the boundary the way you go.
Oh, well, you put me down to hailing and rain, but I still, gather my troops up. And, Chris.
There's a future for you there on the boundary.
You're there tomorrow down at Sylvan. I'll be down there. Ryan, you'll be down there. And calling with Oscar. So, doesn't stop for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, looking forward to a game tomorrow. It's Montrose Waverley Blues out there in the final, so that'll be an interesting one. But pleasure to be out here with you guys all.
No worries. And to LKLM Media, finally got that one right as well. To Lee, Megan and Kate, who was down at Heathmont today as well. Terrific job. They're doing it all season long. And this is it, the match of the round. I'm Blake Tennant, and the final score was North Ringwood 12-12-84 to Montrose 8-8-56 on the Eastland match of the round.